Competition is severe. We plunder from the greedy, with blood and with their steel. We rob the rich of their ill-gotten gain and make them kneel. Behold the ocean's mysteries, the tales of ancient deeds. We follow in the footsteps of a silent secret creed. Broken soul to you. Sweet LA, why do you hurt me like you do? I keep running and rushing to catch a clue to the mystery of your dark heart. I could never have known from the signs I was shown that the game was rigged from the start. Sweet LA, all of these trials you put me through. Sweet LA, shadows nobody sees. In the dim of your dusk, you're a cold-blooded husk spreading poison into the breeze. Sweet LA, why do you hurt me like you do? Why do you hurt me like you do? Open the oldest wounds, these memories haunt me.
Everyone, welcome to NexVerse. I hope you enjoyed the pre-show of us being idiots. Mainly me being an idiot. Sorry about that. So, welcome to the NexVerse Season 4 Finals. We are getting ready to start, and there is over $450 worth of prize money on the line. I'm your host, Captain Cardone, and with me today is Halorin. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I've been waiting all week for this. I'm pumped up. Can't wait for us to get started.
Yeah, I feel a little dumb. I was just looking over at it. I was even watching the stream, and I was just like, okay, yeah, that's... Wait a second. It took me forever to figure out that I was an idiot. That's okay. Yeah, so we're going to get started in this pretty soon. The brackets are live, I believe. They are not. I was wrong. They're going live any second. We're just waiting on that. But I do believe we are going to follow. I think we already have our team that we're following as soon as I look up who it was again. because I have forgotten already. My bad. And it is SciComm. We're following SciComm, right? So we're following them because they're seed number 1. And we want to give you guys the best possible matches to watch, right? That's the goal. You guys want to see good matches. We want to see good matches. So that's what we're here for. We're going to follow them, hopefully.
The casting couch.
Yeah.
It's always a comment about the casting couch. I love it.
Yep. Okay, cool. So brackets are set. Neato. If you want to see the brackets, you can put exclamation point brackets in and see what it is. I got to get a hold of their captain real quick, and then we should be good. So I saw you were casting a bunch of Share League this week.
Yeah, man, I've been trying to keep myself busy. I casted on Tuesday and Thursday this week. And what was really cool about Tuesday night, so the last game is about to come up, and friggin' J-Hal comes into the channel, and he's like, hey, what's up? I'm like, hey. And he's like, hey, do you want to cast the game together? And I was like, absolutely. So the last game that I did, me and him co-casted. It was really cool.
That sounds awesome, dude.
Yeah, I was like, I'm surprised he even knows who I am. Like, I've never had the pleasure of speaking with him. He's a really cool dude.
He is a cool guy. He's very much been part of the casting community for a long time now. He's been doing this, I think, longer than I have. And that's just awesome. It's cool to see somebody like that come down, especially since he got to cast at a LAN. He went to Austin and cast at DreamHack, which is phenomenal. So, I love that. I think that's fantastic that he's still looking to cast other things.
Yeah, he was doing the qualifiers earlier, and I think he might actually even be hosting us now.
He is indeed. That's
Wow.
why the admin chat is exploding in the back end. Thanks, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm all the more excited to really jump into this. This is going to be cool.
Yep. So I have to add somebody. Whoops, that is the options button, not the add friend button.
Wow, they had a couple thousand people.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you guys for showing up. We're super excited. In case you missed it, at the top you can see exactly what our prize pool is right now. And if you want to help with that, you can put in exclamation point Matcherino into the Twitch chat, and that will give you a link to our Matcherino site. You can donate a free $1. It's free for you. It goes straight to the prize pool. We don't see any of it. Matcherino doesn't see any of it. Just use the code word NexVerse2 to donate that. And as an added bonus, I am going to add 10% of whatever we do to the prize pool at the end of it.
Wow.
So up to $100. I'm not rich, so don't go crazy. But I'm going to add up to 10%, up to $100 on that. So if we have $600, I'm adding 60. If we have 1,000, I'm adding 100. So make sure you get that in there. If you want me to be poor by the end of this, just go donate that free $1.
J-Hal, yes, the casting couch is back again. And hey, former Sonic, how's it going, man?
It's awesome to see so many people here. Thanks, guys, for showing up. We're going to get started here in just a minute. We're waiting on draft links. And then we're going to get started. Sorry. Just got to ask for those draft links. Nobody ever just hands them to you. Well, that's not true. There are a lot of people that just do it, which is fantastic. We have an excellent group of admins and managers, team captains, all that stuff. They're fantastic on the back end. So please get involved if you want to. I am so excited for this. It's gonna be so much fun. The finals, dude. Finals.
I know. I can't wait, man.
All right. I should be getting a draft league in a second. He's contacting the team.
Wow, it's
right now.
My Heroes of the Storm is not opening up. That's cool.
Well, that could be a problem. Actually, I casted. Was it last week or the week before? I think it was the week before. DJ Tyrant forgot to add me to a game that I was casting.
I was watching that. I was like, damn, that's a first.
That is very, very difficult, it turns out, to cast a game that you're not in. It's not easy. I was like watching I was watching the stream 2 minutes behind, trying to just do as much as I could. And I mean, most of that means I could only analyze things that came up, and I had to try and be careful about when I did it, because they might be in the middle of a play or something might happen in game that I couldn't see. It was just, that was
like a Zen experience where you were like, wow, like, I'm kind of seeing this from a whole different angle now.
Yeah, it was a totally different perspective, which was nice to have. Different perspectives are always good. Not so much fun though. It hurt a little bit.
Yeah, my game isn't opening up. I might have to like restart my computer really quick, because I did install Doom earlier today. I don't know if that's screwing with it or not.
Have you tried just restarting the BattleNet app?
Yeah, let me try that.
You might want to try that first before you shut down your machine. What am I doing? Oh, they're talking about the 10% thing. I was like, why is everyone freaking out about me in chat? Right, 2-minute delay. Got it. My bad. Yeah, so I'm kind of excited to see how high we get this up to with that, because it all goes to the teams. It's split 70-30, 70% to the first place, 30% to second place. Whoever gets it, gets it. That's what it's going. So this is going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'd say my graphics driver or graphics card device isn't there, which, as you know, turns out it is. So yeah, let me restart my computer real quick. I'll call you back on Skype once I'm back in.
Alrighty.
Should only take a second.
Sure, sounds good.
All right.
Technical difficulties. It's okay. It's all right. Let's put in a picture that you guys actually want to see. I think I have Santorini, Greece still queued up. I do. It's not big enough. We're going to fix that right now. There. Now you guys get to look at Santorini instead of nothing. So, as soon as we get this draft link, we're going to get into the game. I'm really excited, guys, and I'm super stoked that all of you have come out. There's a lot of you in chat right now, which is fantastic. And yes, once again, at the end of the night, I'm going to add 10% of whatever you guys get. So if you want to help, help make me poor, you can put an exclamation point Matcherino into our chat. It'll give you the link. Go there, donate a free $1 by using the code word NexVerse2. And you get a free, it's just a free $1. It doesn't cost you anything. It goes straight to the prize pool, straight to the teams. And that's it.
There we go.
All right, welcome back.
Yeah, I got in the game. Technical issues are resolved for now.
That's okay. I have a draft link for you, sir.
Sweet.
Figured I'd wait until you're done technically being issued. Sorry. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, there you go. There's a draft link for you. We're going to get in pretty soon.
Oh, man, I cannot wait for this.
I do. Okay. Thanks, team. Team's awesome. Yeah, I did not put your Twitch in here. I still have Romos. My bad.
Wrecked.
I know. It's just Halorin, right?
Yep.
Cool.
And you said it right. Nice.
I remember I asked you. I specifically asked you the first time we cast together.
And I appreciate that.
What it was, so that I would not say it wrong. Because people, it's whatever. People will have all sorts of weird names. It's just the way. I mean, they're screen names. It's just the way it is. So it's understandable that if you got an odd name, I just wanted to ask first because I know people mispronounce that and. It's frustrating. It can be super frustrating, so I get it. I do want to ask you though, where did that come from?
The name Halorin. It just kind of came to me when I was like 16 years old, and I've just always stuck with it.
So you've just done this forever.
Yeah.
All right.
All the cars that I've owned, I got Halorin for the license plate. Like whenever I play games, I always try to use the name Halorin. So it's always been a thing.
Fair enough. Fair enough. They're telling you to just blow on your graphics card. It'll be fine.
Damn.
Man, Troll Sex in chat is pumping that more than I am. All right, we are in the draft. They're banning out maps. That's the boring part of this. So we're gonna see SciComm Esports versus OG Venom as our first game. And yes, that was Grease, the image that you guys were seeing. I figured instead of staring at Skype the whole time, they would prefer a nice picture. So I have a backup picture just in case people drop out of Skype. It's
I think that's a good call.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well. It was the wrong side. It was set for the last set of overlays I had, so I had to resize it real quick. But it worked out. We're up to 462 already. Keep that number going. Keep it going. I only have to donate $46 right now, so you guys are way behind. You're not even halfway to my max.
So we're down at Dragonshire, Tomb of the Spider... Or now we're just down at Tomb of the Spider Queen and Infernal Shrines.
Yes, we are. We're going to jump into this in just a second. SciComm, they're a team that they're always pretty solid. I'm interested to see how they manage this tournament since there's so much on the line cash-wise. I'm really excited. We're jumping into the draft here, and there you go, Inverum. Here is the nice overlay you made for me. You can stop being mad at me for not using it now.
We did it, Reddit.
Yeah, exactly. Last week, no, 2 weeks ago when I casted this, I didn't have the overlay set up.
Oh, I remember he wasn't too thrilled.
Immediately, everything blew up. Like, he was messaging me on Discord. He was putting it in Twitch chat. It was just like, dude, I know, I'm sorry.
First ban on OG Venom's side. They take Kael'thas off the table on a map like Infernal Shrines. I think that is a beautiful call. SciComm Esports banning out Zool.
Another really good call. Just because Zool... on this game, he has a lot of wave clear. And on this map, that means that he can stay in another lane, clear an extra wave, and then come up and still get an advantage for those Guardian fights.
Yeah, he really enables your team to be much more flexible in your rotations because he can effectively soak 2 lanes, like pretty much with ease. So that allows you to move across the map and get like your bruiser camp or the siege camps, and on a map like Infernal Shrines, that offers so much value. I'm not at all surprised to see them take Zool out of there. Right. But Sylvanas is another one of those specialist heroes that can have a super big impact during the Punisher phase.
Yeah, especially because she shuts down all those buildings. The point of the Punisher, like the best defense for the Punisher is to make it jump over your wall, and then you have 3 or 4 buildings firing at it. Well, Sylvanas can turn that down to 1 or 2 buildings firing at it, which means it lives significantly longer. OG, meanwhile, took Zagara first pick. I still like Zagara a lot, but she's not first pick worthy. I would first pick her because she's my best, but in a tournament with $450 on the line, not going to happen.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you there because on a map like this just in general is not Zagara's strongest map. She's more single target focused with her damage. Ideally, you want more AoE splash damage to try to, get the Punishers. And the vision helps, but this is small enough a map to where teams can still rotate on you pretty heavily.
Yes, that is true. They can indeed. I like the Thrall pickup from SciComm here. Thrall is a very strong melee assassin. I mean, he's more of a bruiser than an assassin, really. Yeah. Just that Sunder is so scary, too. So on the other side, they pick up Rhaegar and Jaina, both pretty soft counters to Thrall, but still, the slow on him means that he's not dealing as much damage as he would like to be. That helps you out a lot if you need to run away or if you're trying to burst him down. He's not able to connect with his abilities, and that's pretty good for a team. Meanwhile, Sycom bans out ETC. That's smart. Zagara, Jaina, ETC, that's a hell of a combo there. There's a lot that can go well for you with those 3 alts, those 3 heroic abilities there.
Yeah, a Mosh Pit would make Jaina's Ring of Frost point and click simple. OG Venom's going to ban out Morales here, which I'm not sure if this is a targeted ban, like if they just know Sycom Esports is game enough, or if they just genuinely hate Morales that much they would use their second ban on her.
I don't know. Maybe they do. I mean, there are plenty of heroes I hate enough. I would ban them. Again, probably not if there's a $450 prize pool on the line, but it's maybe it is a targeted ban. Sycom, I don't remember them ever using Morales, but that doesn't mean anything. I think they've added somebody to the roster. Maybe they're a Morales fan. I don't know.
Yeah, because, the heroes that they had taken didn't really scream Morales to me either, so I'm kind of curious about almost every selection that OG Venom has done in this draft. The Kael'thas one obviously made sense. Rhaegar is always strong. But Zagara and Jaina, that early in your draft, I feel like there are better heroes that they could have prioritized.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think there are better heroes that they could have prioritized, but we are in the amateur scene. Some of these teams, maybe they're not good with those better heroes. Maybe those better heroes don't fit their playstyle well. It's we're still looking at teams that on some occasions just aren't good at Greymane or aren't good at whoever. And and you have to play to your strengths. Especially when there's so much on the line, you have to play to your strengths because that's all you have. If you don't have that, you're in trouble. So pulling out a hero that you're not used to or not familiar with or isn't your best, probably not a great plan.
That's an excellent point. In a game like Heroes of the Storm, it's much better to play within your comfort zone and to be on heroes or set up a composition that you feel you could excel with. The meta is always going to be there, but I think where things are at now, it's really easy to stray away from that and take a hero that people wouldn't exactly expect and still do all kinds of damage with them.
That's true. That's true. And that's my favorite thing about Zagara, actually, is that everyone knows she does damage, but nobody realizes just how much she can do if played well. So, Jaina's a similar way. Everyone knows that Jaina's fine. She's not the best mage, but she's fine. But played the right way, she does tons of work on the field. And the Falstad pickup is going to help them a lot with that, with the ability to get places. And the double support on Sycom's side is going to mean they are going to be pretty well set for these shrine fights, which has a lot. It's a lot to do with sustain on these shrine fights.
Yeah, they're definitely prolonged now, especially since they increased the number of defenders to 40 that you have to capture before you get the Punisher. I'm a little surprised by the Tassadar pick. I was expecting an Uther pickup that would have gave them the option for cleanse. Uther has terrific burst healing. Divine Shield would definitely enable a hero like Thrall to go ham.
Yes, it would.
Who won this draft?
That's always a question that I never know the answer to. And the reason I don't know the answer to it is because in the pro scenes I could tell you who won the draft because I know the players really well. I know what they're strong with. I know what they're weak with. On this one, I think Sycom has the more straight up team comp. I think their team is, hey, guess what we're going to do? We're just going to bash you in the face until we win. They have a Thrall and a Mirrodin.
That's a good way to do.
That's what they're doing. Their plan is to just keep hitting you until you don't get up again. So that's just kind of the way it is, and that's fine. On OG Venom's side, they have a lot of damage potential, but it's kind of in a weird spot because Zagara is very damage over time, sustained damage. Falstad can burst or do sustain depending on which one, which build you're going for. Johanna's not the best tank, but she has some damage output and she has a lot of weird CC abilities. I like them both. I like OG Venoms because they're not using the meta heroes. Like that's why I like it. But Psycom is more straight up. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, this one's for Lord Boo. There's definitely an idea to boop some snoots on the side of Sakami Sports. They definitely are going to look to scrap. I would give them the edge. Like I said earlier, I'd give them the edge even more if they had taken Uther for their 5th pick. Because I think that Thrall could really struggle in a situation like this. He charges in. Zagara, if they have creep down, she's going to be able to move faster to kite him. Jaina can slow him down, which will only make it that much easier for both of them to kite him. Falstaff can barrel roll away. Rhaegar can get on his mount and just leave. So it's really, like, he could really struggle getting to them to really apply the kind of damage that Thrall is capable of.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the flanks in this game. If Thrall can get those perfect Sunder flanks that we see all the time in the pro scene, we're gonna see one hell of a game. If he can't, we're gonna see Thrall not getting a whole lot done. and as unfortunate as that is, that's just kind of the way it goes. And as you can hear, we are jumping into this game. Here we go, and we are gonna get started here in just a second.
Well, the other element to consider here for Psycom Esports, on the side of OG Venom, there's not a lot of lockdown. There's really only the condemn. There's some slows, but the stun chain is just not going to be there. Bless Shield and Condemn are really going to be the only reliable stuns they're going to have. Falstaff can potentially take a stun at level 16. But as far as that kind of burst wombo kind of play style, the edge definitely goes over to Psycom Esports.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% there. I don't know. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. So here's the thing. I know that Gust is still really good, but I still like Hinterland Blast for only on this map for the ability to stand in the Guardians, Hinterlands Blast out, pick up a kill, and murder a bunch of Guardians. I think that is fantastic.
That is a really good point.
Whether that'll happen or not, we'll see, because Gust is still amazing. But before we do that, let's talk about these teams, shall we?
Yeah.
On the left side, we have OG Venom with World Jammer playing Zagara, Van Hyde on the tank there. That Crusader, Reaper playing Jaina. Reaper OES? What is that? Okay, we already have a pause. We have Fane Flynn, thanks buddy, on Rhaegar, and Falstad playing Falstad. I'm going to assume that's Endless Pain.
Yeah. Over on the right side, we have Psycom Esports. Rebels on Tyrande, Fate's playing Murden, CDN play, I just like to call him CDN. He's on Thrall, Iuta is on Sylvanas, and Prince is rounding out the composition on Tassadar. I think I got the easier of the two teams to announce.
Yeah, that's all right. That's okay. I'll suffer. I'll suffer for the game. While we're waiting on them to figure out, apparently he has 3K ping, so we're gonna do this real quick and go back to us. Just what do you think? This is already gonna be interesting because obviously if somebody's lagging out, it could be an issue.
It could definitely come into play here. The early game, I feel, goes over to Psycom Esports. If Murden and Tyrande are able to rotate around the map, use the Stormbolt Lunar Flare combination to delete people, and there's enough squishy people on the side of OG Venom to do exactly that. I do think that the early game goes over to them. And like we're talking about during the draft, if they are able to secure the Punisher, having Sylvanas on your team never hurts.
That's true. It doesn't hurt at all. But that's the thing. They need that Punisher. Wow, yeah. This is not going well for them, apparently. He's struggling hard. He is struggling hard.
But conversely, during the Punisher phase, the edge does slant over towards OG Venom. Jaina should get a lot of value during the Shrine phase. Her AoE potential is going to be really helpful there. Rhaegar can use their Lightning Shield. to either put it on himself or to put it on Johanna to be able to secure the defenders as well. And like you said, we might even see Interland Blast here. That could be very impactful during those phases and securing kills. And I think that Psycom Esports would struggle responding to the burst that Hinterland Blast could bring.
Yeah, that's true, and that's my point. Is Hinterland, it does a lot of damage, and it in those shrine fights, especially the top shrine, right? That's the one that I'm thinking about here, where you have all those choke points, and people tend to come in on the very far side, left or right, depending on which team it is. If you Hinterland's Blast through there, you're hitting 5 people. You're just getting 5 people hit by that. And that is fantastic. That's a lot of damage, especially if people are trying to run away or get back to heal up. You can just blast them and be done. I don't know. But then again, Gust is still incredible. It's still one of the best heroics in the game, even with its 60-second cooldown. So we could see either, I think. I'm betting we see Gust. I think it'd be cool to see Hinterlands.
Well, there's one thing to keep in mind here. $450+ and money out of your own pocket, Captain, are going to be on the line here. So it would be something of a gutsy play to venture outside of these safer choices. I would give props to OG Venom if they were bold enough to go for Hinterland Blast, but in almost all cases, the safe play is to take Mighty Gust.
That's true. Now, remember, this is a best of 3. Every match is a best of 3 tonight, so it's not like they can't, drop a match. It's fine. They're not hurting that bad by dropping a match. Now, on the other side of that it is a best of 3. If you drop a match and then you drop the second match, you're done. It's over. So, you gotta deal with that as it comes. I don't know, and you guys already have this up to $470. We started with like $446. So, wow. Good work, team.
Steady climbing.
Good work. And just as a reminder, I'm going to add 10% of whatever you guys donate, up to $100. So if you guys donate $1,000, I'm adding $100 to it.
Looks like they're going to remake the game.
Yeah, so it looks like they have talked to the admins. Sorry, team. Right, the only way for us to get out of here is exit to desktop. Hey, Blizzard, when you have a second, could you fix that?
Yeah, I was like, where's the leave game option? All I see is exit to desktop.
Exit to desktop. That's what you got. It's so frustrating. All right, so let me jump back into the game real quick. I just don't do the thing.
I'm excited to see this game though.
Yeah, and sorry guys, we know there's a bit of an issue here.
The game you were in is still in progress.
Yep.
I suspected as much. So can we even really effectively rejoin this or remake this? Because I feel like everyone's just gonna load back in and they're just gonna get this rejoin button.
I don't know. That's a good question. That's a great question. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Because literally the only option I had is just to rejoin the game.
Yeah, I see it too. I'm hoping the game dies real quick. We might get lucky. Meanwhile, sorry team.
Oh, red team wins.
Oh, did they?
Okay, yeah. I don't know.
I guess if one group loses, like leaves all their players, or all their players leave rather, they lose, right? Like, is that how it works, or do you just fight bots? I don't play enough custom games to know the difference.
I don't know offhand. I was gonna say if we were stuck in a game, at least they have Sylvanas, so they can just kind of like lock down the structures.
It will end very fast. That's true.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta wait for the red team to win real quick. Then I can actually get back into the game. Okay, cool. I'm back. We're gonna get into this lobby and we're gonna get this started right away because I don't want to wait anymore. All right, I am in the lobby. Here is your invite, buddy.
Yay. Nice. Oh, looks like we're playing.
Yeah. Against each other, too. So if you'll just tell me where they're at so that I can come gank people, that would be fantastic.
Sweet.
Okay, so for everyone asking, there isn't a cap to the prize pool. That's our goal at the top. So if you guys get $550, we hit our goal. I think we've already upped that goal once, so that's a thing. I'm saying my cap for the 10% is going to be, I will put in $100. So if you guys get the prize pool to 1,000, I will put in 100. If you get it to 1,000 to $1,200, I'm still only putting in $100. I have to fly to Burbank in 3 weeks. I can't afford to give all my money to whoever wins tonight.
Lord Boost said that I can run for president. I'll keep that in mind, man. Next term, I'll be 35 by then.
All right, everyone's in the lobby. We are getting this.
Yeah.
We're going to be going in just a second. Hopefully this time it works. And the guy who is having issues, so the call was they can use their sub instead of their players.
EGOS 323 Illuminati.
Yeah, exactly. They can use it, so they're going to use their sub, and hopefully we don't have any problems. Then we can move on. That'd be fantastic. And everyone is readying up.
Victory for the Forsaken.
Apparently the Forsaken needs victory, according to
Oh,
Sylvanas.
the Jaina skin. It's my favorite Jaina skin there.
I can't see it. Which one is it?
It's the newest one that came out, like the Lunar.
Oh, the Lunar Jaina?
Yeah, I think that's the name of it.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like that one, actually.
Interesting.
Which, I mean, it looks fine. I don't have anything against it. But a lot of people were get confused between it and Li Ming, which
yeah.
I kind of got. I mean, they have similar dress styles, but it didn't seem that similar. So, I don't know.
I confuse Murden and Thrall a lot, so I'm probably gonna do that this game. I don't know why.
That seems like it's gonna be a problem. Alrighty, once again, we're jumping back in here, and the only person we need to tell you about is, let's see, SS Radius is the new one. Is the sub playing Jaina there?
Yeah, big props to him coming in here on the clutch. Last second substitution.
Yeah,
Just Sunday night
that's awesome.
Let's jump in here.
I think that's fantastic that he was able to just say, yeah, sure, hey, I'm good to go.
Now the question I would have for OG Venom: should they come away with the victory here, who gets that fifth of the money?
That's a good question. I don't think the other guy gets it because he played for all of 22 seconds rather.
This is true.
I feel like the team would not be happy if any of that cash went to him. I'm just saying, like 22 seconds worth of play time before the game even starts, not really ideal.
Not gonna net you much.
Yeah. Can't imagine anyone being okay with that. But we're further than we were last time, and the gates are about to open, and let's get this party started, shall we?
Game 1 in its best of 3, the finals.
Yes, indeed. I expect that Psycom's going to go up here and try and blow away this top wall before anybody knows what's going on. And that is exactly what they're doing. Ayuda already on it.
And they should be able to get away with this. All 5 members of OG Venom were in the middle lane, so they're obviously going to rotate up. But yeah, that tower got melted.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't try and take a little bit more. But the Steam Fight is coming out. And right there, Jaina already doing tons of damage on them. And it's working, you know. Everyone says that Jaina isn't good enough right now, and it seems to be working.
Jaina can sometimes struggle in the stun heavy meta, but we do have
As we
first
just
blood,
saw,
and
yes.
so it's going to go down too.
First and second blood going to Psycom there. That's pretty rough. They're already half a level ahead. They might get Sagara here too. Nope, not gonna root her.
So yeah, some curious timing there as we were talking about Jaina. She can struggle sometimes because she doesn't have a hard stun in her kit, and she doesn't have an escape. Those are two things that Kael'thas and Li Ming respectively have in their base kit. So when you compare her to those mages, it's very difficult sometimes to make an argument to take her.
It can be indeed. Wow, Rhaegar knowing where they're at, but not really able to get anything done there. Just takes a whole bunch of damage.
Fane Flynn is very brave.
Yeah.
It didn't exactly face check the bush, but you get close enough to claim your Stormbolt.
He might as well have face checked that bush. He probably would have taken about the same amount of damage. So, World Jammer, get out of there. Get out of there. Nope, too late.
Oh, no. And that's exactly what Psycom Esports is looking for. That is so beautifully timed. The Shrine activates, and you get, a takedown on Zagar in the bottom lane, so they're either going to miss out on Soak, or they're going to just be behind the count for when the Shrine gets activated.
Yeah, and they're already behind in levels, and Jaina taking 2 stuns. She is going to go down. Johanna most likely able to get out of here, but taking damage while she does it. Ouch.
Jaina's been getting bullied. That's already, her second death?
Second death. She's 50%
2.5
of the
minutes
deaths.
into the game?
Yep. They're already going back to Fountain. I don't like that. I wish they would have stayed up here and fought a little bit. At least try to get some of these Guardians down first before tapping the well, because now if something happens, they can't tap.
Yeah, they did kind of blow that early, and this is already signs of a passive posture from OG Venom, and that's the exact opposite you want to have in any sort of competitive play. They didn't. Psycom Esports was just starting up the Immortal count or the Defender count, so to concede that already, like, they can very much fight for this, and they do finally start showing up. But I don't know. That's not a good sign in my opinion.
No, but they know they're well ahead in terms of how many they have. And with Fate diving in here like a madman, just taking it to them, they're not really that concerned. They're willing to walk in and just take the rest of them. They're at 28 already. The other team has 10. So OG Venom needing to get in here if they want it. Honestly, they shouldn't. They should just let it go.
Yeah, they should have committed to this earlier, in my opinion. They do have representation in all lanes to soak, but I mean, that hasn't even paid off for them because they're still behind in experience.
Yep, and here we go. Iuda is already starting this where she's locking down towers, making sure nothing gets done on that with that Sylvanas. And that Punisher is living significantly longer than a first Punisher should. Already.
Yeah, OG Venom's doing a good job of kiting the Punisher away from the towers. They know they're not going to be able to get a lot of shots out of that, but pulling him that far in would have, could have potentially drew Psycom Esports in to try to counter-engage. Yeah,
and they could have probably taken that fort as well. Not really a reason to do it. Not the fort, the tower, rather. Not really a reason to do it at this point. They know they're ahead. They're almost a whole level ahead. They're kills ahead. They're buildings ahead at this point. There's no reason to take that fight.
Yeah, definitely. They can just bide their time. And actually, we do have another serious engagement here. 1-for-1 trade, though. Rhaegar and Tyrande going down in the early stages of this. Both teams looking to just kind of cut their losses there, though.
Yep. The difference, though, if trading a Rhaegar for a Tyrande works really well in Psycom's favor, because that means they still have a support. They don't have to worry. They don't have to back off because they don't have any supports. They still have Tass. Tass does fine, especially with the Kala's Embrace. He's got quite a few auto attack heroes on his team. It works out fine for them, honestly.
Looking at talents, one thing I'm really interested in. Jaina went for Lingering Chill, which increased the duration from 4 to 6, but then she went for the Q talents at 4 and 7. The secondary target and the cooldown reduction when you hit someone. I'm not sure if that's really... I was expecting to see the increased radius on Blizzard at level 4.
I was expecting that as well. A lot of people swear by that these days. Just because it is very strong. It's extremely helpful. I understand why people like it. Falstad taking a lot of damage here. Tass coming in with the shields. Nothing really happening except, Psycom might have to clean this up real quick.
Yeah, they're going to want to do that, especially with the Shrine being at the bottom half of the map. Shrine does activate, but Psycom Esports is about to hit their heroics.
They are.
This is something OG Venom's going to want to keep in mind and consider if they're really going to try to make a push for this.
That was the second funniest Muradin jump I have ever seen. He jumped straight up and landed right where he was standing just to get rid of a creep tumor. I thought that was fantastic.
Super Mario Muradin.
I know, it was awesome. They're gonna get this whole shrine. There's no way that OG Venom can even contest at this point. However, they are going top, and Iuda could be in trouble here. Nope, she's just gonna jump out.
Yeah, the timing of the condemn. I think Iuta would have been able to get out of there one way or the other.
Yep.
But, a properly timed condemn could have stopped the.
It looked
Haunted
really
Beast.
bad on the mini-map when I was looking at it.
Yeah, they were rotating up on her hard. So.
Yes. And one more, there is the Punisher, John Cena, coming out with his magic laser beams of death. I mean, that's what they are. Look, you go ahead, stand in them. Tell me they're different.
Yeah, definitely the most dangerous Punisher out of the three. You have
Yes.
to mind your positioning. You stand there and just try to burn them down. You suddenly realize you have a quarter of your health gone.
Yep, Iuta can
What?
come in here. There's a Sunder, gonna take down Rhaegar. Gust is blown to help push them back, but there's still a 3v5 right here. And their buildings aren't firing. In fact, they're dying.
But that went exactly like you called it before we started the game. CDN flanked, landed a perfect sundering, and got an easy kill on Rhaegar. And they're getting another one on Johanna.
Yep, Van Hyde not in the best position. Reaper almost going down as well to John Cena there. They are just going to take the front of this wall here. There's no reason not to. A good force wall to make sure everyone stays back. Yeah, they got the towers. They're good to go. They can just leave.
Easy. And this is where you really start to see the value of Sylvanas. If that was any other hero in their composition, they might have just been able to get the fort. But they were able to get the keep wall. And that puts them way ahead in experience. They're on their way to hitting their level 13 talents, and it can only just further press this advantage in other parts of the map now.
That's true. World Jammer trying to just catch up on that experience. He's been soaking this entire time on that Zagara. Man, that is rough. They're down buildings. Their top 4 already has damage to it. Luckily, they still have the well, so that helps quite a bit. But they need a lot. They need something, right? A team fight where they kill 3 people and don't lose anybody. They need a Punisher. They need something here to get back into this because they're a talent tier behind as well.
Yeah, they're going to need like a Ring of Frost that, Radius would be able to tell his grandkids about. Like, it's got to hit, like, everyone and just turn the entire...
Back in my day.
In a game called Heroes of the Storm.
Grandpa, you talking about that Heroes game still?
You are absolutely right. It was $450+ on the line.
That's quite a prize pool. I'm sure it's higher by now.
Steadily climbing, but this is some of the problem you see in compositions that don't have a lot of stun or hard engage. But Faneflin caught out of position. The Ring of Frost does come out there, but not
Sundering coming out along with the Silence Arrow. Ouch.
This is exactly what I was talking about. When you don't have a lot of stuns or hard engage in your composition and you're going up against a team that does, you're on their clock at the beginning of every team fight. The Sundering, Lunar Flare, Stormbolt is just going to enable them to force OG Venom into a passive posture or just a flat-out retreat.
Yeah, and I was talking to Inverum yesterday during some games, and he always says stuns win games. And right now, this has just proven his point. Because absolutely those stuns are decimating OG Venom. And there's just nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, they've never been in a position to really assert themselves because they're either getting picked off or they're getting flanked with a Sundering. And I do think they're struggling in large part because of the Jaina pickup. There's no escape. So anytime Radius gets caught out at all, it's pretty much a free kill. And this is going to be another Punisher for Psycom Esports.
Yeah, Psycom just getting every Punisher in sight. I don't think they haven't lost one yet, right?
Nope.
Okay, I didn't think so, but something's got to happen. And I don't know what it's going to be, but this fort is not going to last long. They're just locking it down. Sunder comes in. Falstad is going down.
Delete.
Yes.
The burst potential is serious, especially when you have Tyrande on your team. The Hunter's Mark just made Falstad go away.
Yep, and I mean, hey, if you're on the other team, those chicken wings look awfully good. Ancestral goes off, saves Jaina, but is not able to save Johanna. She is going down, and this could be a keep. Actually, this will be a keep.
This might even be game, because Johanna's still down for another 20 seconds. If anyone else gets picked off, like Jaina just does, I think this could be the end of the game.
I don't think they should try it.
Punish just does 30%.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's true.
They're double support.
There it is. Fate is caught out now, but nope, nothing gonna happen. Yep, you may be right. This is gonna be game.
And the core's already down to 85%. Jaina will be up here in less than 10 seconds, but she doesn't have Ring of Frost. So
No.
the combo burst turnaround is not going to be there, and I think this is going to be game.
This
guys.
is indeed gonna be game. Game number 1, going to Psycom Esports. What a game. That was fantastic on their part. They played exceedingly well. Just always in the right place at the right time. Those stun trains, they didn't even have that many stuns. They only had 2 and Sunder.
And that's all they needed.
Yeah, and that's it. That's all it took. It's just no wombo combos able to come off on the other side. They never got the Maw into Ring of Frost into, whatever, a Blizzard, all that stuff. It didn't happen. And that really unfortunate, not able to keep them in the game for very long. But man, Psycom looks good.
Yeah, I mean, what I really like about that game for Psycom Esports is that they didn't mask the idea or intent behind their composition at all. Meriden and Tyrande, we're looking to gank you early. And that's exactly what they did. They just came straight at OG Venom. They didn't try to, surprise them in any way. They just played their composition exactly how someone would suspect it could be played, and they just executed beautifully.
Yep, you're exactly right. We'll have to see what they do in the next game, but as we wait to get these draft links all set up, remember that you can help donate to the prize pool for this week. We have $170 or $470 right now. You can donate. Just put an exclamation point Matcherino into Twitch chat and then go to the website, donate, click the donate button, and put in code word NexVerse2. That is the number 2, not TOO, not TO, not TWO, the number itself. And that puts a free $1 into the prize pool. And at the end of the night, I will add 10% of whatever our prize pool is. So if we stay at $470, I'm adding $47 to it. And I will match that up to $100 out of my own pocket. So get there, get those free dollars. I mean, it costs you nothing. It literally takes you 30 seconds. So yeah, exactly. It doesn't cost you anything. While we're waiting on this next draft, just go ahead and do it, and you're done. It's free money. It's what it comes down to. It's free money.
Yeah, every little bit helps. It goes to the winner of this tournament. I think it's a great showing for the amateur scene to say, hey, we appreciate you coming out here every week and putting on these great series, these sets that have been absolute nail biters. I remember the last time you and I got the cast together, there was that 1% core save.
Oh,
at
yeah.
the end of the tournament.
Holy crap, I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And it's crazy stuff like that happens. I love this game for that reason. There's always a chance for a team to come back and win. Even it doesn't matter how far down they are. If the other team screws up, it's over. I think that's fantastic. There's only one map you can't do that on, and that is Towers of Doom, which makes that my least favorite map because I like comeback mechanics. But I'm sure we'll see Towers of Doom tonight at some point. A lot of people like it a lot. So
it's something of a strategy check. I mean, if a
It
team,
is.
is one-dimensional on how they approach the game, a map like Towers of Doom would force them out of that. You play the map differently. You prioritize going for structures differently. So yeah, I would not at all be surprised to see that.
Yep, and we have a draft link. I'm going to send it to you in just a second.
Sweet.
Oops. So I already messed up. I did not capture the H in HTTP. Turns out the internet doesn't like that. Who knew? There you go.
Thank you. So how do you think OG Venom needs to change their drafting strategy here?
Well, they obviously like Jaina. And while I like Jaina as well, she's not the best mage. If they can pick up a stronger mage, I think they're better off. So that's where I'm at with that one. The rest of their comp, I liked it just fine. So I don't think there's any problem with the rest of their comp. But we are on Cursed Hollow this time, so somebody needs to pick up Tyrande because Tyrande does fantastically on this map. Being able to stop people from getting those curses, picking up those tributes, really helps. That owl with Pierce, fantastic.
Yeah, this is a map. This is the largest map in the game. A lot of ability for strategy in terms of rotating them. When you want to get your boss, when you want to get the siege camp, can you time getting those camps with the tribute fights and prolong those so you get maximum value out of them? It's always exciting to see that kind of thing. For OG Venom, they're actually going to ban out Falstad first. And that's a really smart choice in general. The global heroes offer so much value on a map like this.
Yeah, that's true. They do indeed. I expect to see a Dahaka probably picked up by Psycom just because he is very strong, like you said. The global heroes offer a lot. They can stay in lane a little bit longer, just get that little bit of a boost. It doesn't seem like a lot at first, but you do that 3, 4, 5 times, suddenly you're a level ahead.
Absolutely. You're securing ganks, you're jumping to the other side of the map, you're getting the tribute, you're just all over the place. And Apex Predator gets so much value
Yes, it
on
does.
a map like this.
Okay, cool. It doesn't look like they're going for Zagara again, first pick. I like the Li Ming pickup much better. I understand why you don't pick it up on Infernal Shrines. It's just due to the nature of that you can accidentally hit a minion with your orb and then it goes off and may not kill anybody or even do any damage to anybody you're trying to hit. On this map, totally different. There's tons of sight denial on this map with the terrain. You can put orbs right through all of it. They have a long range that helps you stop people from picking things up. I like the Li Ming pickup a lot.
I 100% agree. Li Ming has excellent poke potential when someone's trying to capture the tributes. And also taking Li Ming out of the gate, what this says to me, in my opinion, is that OG Venom is looking to team fight. They want those cooldown resets. You know, they're not going to be intimidated by how game one went. And I hope to see some aggressive play out of them with this pickup.
Yes, I do as well. I like this Thrall pickup, though, too. I mean, right now, everyone, most people would agree, at least, that Kael'thas and Thrall are two of the strongest heroes in the game. And I've been playing quite a bit of Thrall lately. Man, does he feel good to play.
I love taking Giant Killer with Tempest Fury, especially against like a double warrior composition. You just shred people. It's crazy.
Yes, indeed. Their second pickup here, I think I still want to see an assassin. Psycom, I've always felt like they're pretty good with their supports. They don't really have to worry about being banned out of a support they want. But apparently, they just want the Orc Brothers instead. I
mean, I can't think of a situation where someone's like, oh, the Rhaegar pick doesn't really work. Like, he's still one of the best supports. I do understand why you would want them to go for assassins, and I do think that would have served them. But when you're the second pick and you're only getting 2 heroes before you go into the second ban phase, you can really get boxed out of picks that you want.
You can, but while that is accurate and you're absolutely right, I do think that picking up somebody who helps them a little more in the team fight would be helpful here, because now they're probably going to ban, if they want to ban out supports, they're going to ban out Uther, which means OG Venom just picks up like Brightwing, or I mean anyone. Monk does fine on this map. Just like there are a lot of supports now that do fine. So while Rhaegar and Uther are still kind of the top 2 in most people's opinions, there's plenty of other ones that do their job just fine. So that was my thought process, at least.
No, I definitely understand and agree. OG Venom has positioned themselves much better in this composition so far. ETC and Zul are 2 very strong heroes. Zul offers a ton of wave clear, siege pressure potential. ETC with a power slide. Mosh Pit speaks for itself. And actually, the Zul route synergizes really well with ETC, because by the time you get out of the stun, the route pretty much lands on you, so you're just further stuck out of position. Right. So I do like that pairing.
So Psycom banned out Tyrande. That seems interesting to me, because I think Tyrande's fantastic on really any map where you have to channel things, especially since you can see them channeling things on this map. Obviously, they're not going to pick her up. Like, the plan was to not pick her up, but I would have much preferred to see them pick her than ban her. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's targeted. I think it's just more that they showed firsthand that they know what Taronda can do, so they just don't want to be on the other side of that. They obviously
Right.
have something else.
So a thought occurs.
Yeah.
Nidus Network is now really good, and it gives her global presence. On a
Yeah.
map like this, we could see a Nidus Network Zagara.
If there was going to happen on the map, I definitely feel it would be Cursed Hollow. Stuns win games. So you're giving up a lot by not taking Devouring Maul for that lockdown. And it does look like they're going to try to make up for that in other places. So yeah, they definitely could go Nidus Network here.
I think that'd be fantastic because the Psycom's team, if they pick up a ranged hero, probably a Vala here, I'm expecting. Kael'thas is out. Like they some kind of ranged hero that can poke a little bit and deal damage and stop the pickup. Zagara can push that wave a little bit extra and then Nidus up to wherever she needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
And it spreads creep automatically, so she's faster, she's healing more. Okay, never mind.
Whoa.
The thought process I had just went out the window because that is a Vikings. They're definitely going Maw. There's no reason for her to have global presence now. So Maw is the way to go.
Wow.
I'm excited for this one. I love Vikings. I enjoy playing Vikings because they remind me a lot of StarCraft.
Yeah.
Like you're just playing StarCraft at that point, and it's fantastic. I don't know who on Psycom's team plays Vikings, though.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't think I've actually ever seen them play Lost Vikings. But the mind games out of these two drafts, like, speak volumes to me. OG Venom adopting a 100% different philosophy in their composition, leaning more towards a melee-heavy approach with Illidan and ETC. And then Psycom Esports says, well, we're just going to go off the wall and take Zagara and Lost Vikings and just put you in this awkward spot where it's like, where do we prioritize our resources?
Yeah, exactly. I love the Vikings pickup, and that's the Master Skin if I'm not mistaken. Man, this is going to be awesome. We are jumping into the game here. I got to make sure my teams are right. Vikings are on that side, and I believe that's still... I keep hitting the wrong button.
Psycom's on the right.
Cool, they didn't move. Sweet, thanks, team.
You're the real MVP.
Yeah, exactly.
So another thing that's really intelligent about the Vikings pickup, having the Vikings in each of the lanes soaking will offer Psycom Esports the potential to have the rest of their heroes in one lane just pushing it like crazy. And that's going to 100% negate the part of the reason why you take Zul.
Yes, it is. Because Zul gets that extra lane push, but if there's a Viking there to clean it up, it doesn't matter. Alrighty, let's talk about these teams. On the left side, we have OG Venom with Reaper playing Illidan, Radius on Li Ming, Fane Flynn on Uther, Van Hyde playing ETC, and World Jammer on Zul.
Over on the right side, you got Psycom Esports looking to make this a 2-0. Rebels playing Rhaegar, Iuda's on Zagara, Fate is playing Johanna, the Lost Vikings are being played by CDN, and Thrall is getting played by Prince.
This Vikings pickup, I'm excited to see how this gets played. I don't think I've seen CDN play this Vikings. Maybe once, I guess. It kind of sounds right, but I don't know. He's B-stepping with all his Vikings right now.
Which is important.
That is incredible.
So you do have a pretty heavy representation in the bottom lane for Psycom Esports. Sylvanas or not, they're looking to take one of these towers out early.
Yeah, well, they don't need it. They have Zagara. She can just keep putting minions down so they get towers, and they don't have to worry about eating tower shots. It is fantastic. So they get one of the towers down here, and they pretty much have this minion wave cleaned up as well. And all the ammo on these towers is gone, too. So
yeah,
this
World
is getting
Jammer has
work
to
done.
feel a little awkward. Like, guys, I know I'm Zul. I can have as much wave clear as I want. There's not much I'm doing about this.
Yep, he's like, team?
Hello? Team?
Yeah. Any chance any of you can come down here at this point? Because that would be fantastic.
Yeah, we might lose our fort here in the first 2 minutes.
There's a good chance. I mean, they have 4 1/3 of a hero down here against 3. Like those are good odds.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised OG Venom took that long to rotate down there. It's not like they got anything else out of it on any other parts of the map, so...
Yeah, World Jammer could be in some trouble here. He's getting low. He doesn't have a tap because he already tapped. If those Banelings connect, he's going down. Nope, he's able to get out. Not a problem. But they're going to lose this. This is gone.
Yeah, he's going to want to write a thank you note to those minions, because if those Banelings hit him, I'm pretty sure he would have gone down.
Yes, that would have been it. And my favorite part about this is even Li Ming in mid still doesn't have a tower down. She hasn't sniped a well. Nothing has happened so far. And up top, that Spectre Illidan can't get anything done either. There's so much pressure.
Yeah, I mean, he did manage to get the ammo off of the towers, and he's made the most progress out of anyone. But again, they're well behind in this race.
Yes, they are. I love this. They rotated mid, and most people would say, oh, well, they rotated mid so that they can just get some more towers. No, they rotated mid because now no matter where the tribute spawns, they're close to it.
Yeah, a pretty big engagement here in the middle lane. Von Hyde's going to want to be careful here. He is power sliding out there somewhat aggressively, and Psycom Esports does have the burst potential. First blood of the game going on ETC.
Yep, they all need to go back and tap, though, just to make sure they're healthy for this tribute fight. CDN can stay, of course. He's Olaf. He doesn't care. But everyone else needs to mana up because they're all looking pretty low except for Fate. There we go. Prince is doing it. And I don't know if OG Venom will even try to contest this. No, they won't. Smart move.
Yeah, I don't think they should. ETC was up, but he was so far away from that squishy parts of their composition would have had to try to poke, and that could have been bad for business.
Yes, it definitely could have. And the other part is, if they all leave lanes, Vikings will just push out, and they can't afford to lose all that soak at this point.
Yeah, like, OG Venom has just been suppressed this entire game. They haven't really been able to venture past their wall while it existed. You see this bottom fort already about to go down 3.5 minutes in the game. The Vikings pick is definitely working for them.
Yes, it is, and Prince is going to get rooted, but nothing's going to come of it. Vaughn is going down. Nothing he can do to stop that. This is incredible. They're going to rotate mid to stop this push so that they don't lose a fort, but they've already lost a fort. They're only about a half a level behind. Radius is in trouble.
Putting the totem down, slowing him. There is his teleport. Fate with the condemn. Punishment afterwards. Left it off. Woo!
That was almost a flashlight kill, which, if you haven't played Johanna in a while, are the most satisfactory kills you can ever get.
Absolutely.
There's nothing better than flashlighting somebody to death. It's just Conan was wrong. When they asked him what was the best in the world, and he was like, to make your enemies run away and see their women and children lament. No, flashlight kills, dude. Flashlight kills.
Found a flashlight kills in here in the storm. Next tribute is up here. Rebels looking to capture it. Von Hyde has a thing or two to say about that. There is a stun that goes on the Prince with the power slide follow-up, but a cleanse is going to allow him to get away.
Yeah, he needs a heal, though, and he's going to get that through his abilities. Reaper is going to go down. Yes, indeed. Vaughn is going down as well. World Jammer's here, but he's a little too late. It's a 3v4, and it's not looking good for him.
This is absolutely brutal because the entire time the Vikings have been in all the other lanes.
Yeah.
To OG Venom's credit, I'm surprised that they're level 8 at this point. They've been soaking as well as they can given the circumstances.
Yes. Run, CDN!
Yeah, that was a pretty big orb.
That was close.
Baylog.
Yep, Baylog almost in trouble there, but not worrying about it. There's so much cleanup that has to be done right now. They can't even come over here to contest this boss. That has to be frustrating.
Reaper has to get Eric here. If CDN gets in, that's
just
demoralizing.
Leaves. He just leaves.
That's demoralizing.
Not a care in the world. It is fantastic. Man, I do want to take a look at these talents real quick while we have them. While we have a second. They did take Longboat Raid. We've seen a lot of Play Again being taken lately just because of its utility, its ability to get them back in a fight, which is pretty nice. A lot of wolf abilities coming out from Rhaegar here, which is kind of unusual. People with Rhaegar have all sorts of different opinions on what should happen. This boss up here is just getting so much work done, though.
Yeah, I don't see how this top fort stays after this. Finite does power slide out on Prince, but there's a Sundering which separates them.
no.
Leaving exposed. Radius goes down.
I thought she was going to get out there for a second, but Rebel was ready with the Pharaoh lunge, able to take that hit. Fane Flynn probably in trouble here too. Is there a slow? Nope, Divine Shield comes out. Kind of wasted Divine Shield.
Yeah.
Could have put that on ETC and they both could have lived. Instead gets put on himself and only he lives. Meanwhile, we'll just pick up this tribute back here.
Yeah, no
And you'll be
problem, it's
cursed.
fine. And you're cursed, and we have this boss
And there's a
already.
boss going.
And Fane Flynn on Uther is not really much to be concerned about in terms of poke. You do have Radius and World Jammer show up here.
They just
But,
small walled and just walked right in. I love it. Here comes the Poison Nova, but it's not going to save. Oh, it is going to save him. Wow.
The Ancestral Healing, very clutch on the side of Rebel there. But World Jammer's going to want to be careful. Really low on health. Radius almost got it too, but the Mosh Pit only gets Zagara.
Yeah, they're just ignoring it because nobody was attacking Zagara anyway. It wasn't a problem. Everyone is low, though, on the side of Psycom. They need to just leave. Ayuda, run!
Oh!
A little bit of a weird stutter step thing there. They may still get this keep. Nope,
it's going to be close.
Oh,
Yeah,
my goodness. But you know what that means? At any time, somebody can just walk up and get rid of that keep. It's not a problem.
Right, anytime you drop the ball anywhere on rotations or you get taken out of the lane, someone just casually strolls up to the top lane and knocks your keep over. It's like, oh.
Yeah, this has all been during one curse. Meanwhile, bottom is also taking hits. There's a huge mini wave up here. Down here, rather.
These lanes are so pushed in favor of Psycom Esports that it's crazy. Like, the Lost Vikings pickup is looking genius right now.
Yes, it is. They have done a very good job. CDN on that Lost Vikings is playing his heart out. This has been incredible.
And again, to OG Venom's credit, they're only a level and a half down against the Vikings, and you're down 3 forts.
Yeah, and they're hardly a talent tier down. At half a level, they're going to be back in this. Reaper gonna get caught out here. Nope, nobody. Quite the range. Thought for sure he was going down. I feel like they can contest this boss.
They would need to get 13 first, I feel. It would be a dicey move. If they got wiped here, it could very well be game or a very strong win condition.
There's a decent chance that it's going to be game even if they all live. So they need to hit 13, and then they need to get in here. One good mosh pit is going to guarantee them this. Divine Shield gets used, Mosh Pit gets used, but nothing happens?
Well, the Mosh Pit was still on cooldown when they showed up, and that was huge for this team fight as ETC and Illidan and Zul go down 3 for nothing. The boss gets picked up. Fane Flynn's on a retreat, Face chasing after him. If Prince lands this route, and he does!
That's it. This is going to be game most likely. No, maybe not. The cooldown timers are still really short. It just feels like it's so much further into this game than it really is. Rebel just Pharaoh lunged through the wall. That was a glitch. I'm sure he was like, wait, what?
It's like, oh. It's like, good thing everybody's here anyway.
Yeah. And good thing the whole enemy team is dead, because that could have been a problem.
One thing that's really cool about this is they timed the siege camp flawlessly to push with this boss.
Yes, they did indeed. This is most likely going to be game 2 going to Psycom here.
The Mosh Pit does come out. It's a few people. There is some counterplay there, but again, not much follow-up.
Nope. No, they don't have enough damage at this point. And with Zul going down, they're in trouble. This boss is still just now going down. One of the Vikings died. That's what they got so far. They have killed a Viking.
Not much to hang your hat on when you lose your core, and that's going to be GG.
Nope.
2-0 in favor of Psycom Esports.
Yes, indeed. Man, that hurts. Psycom, they just rocked it. That's what it comes down to. Psycom said, hey, you know what? We want this money. There's over $450 worth of prize money on the table. We're going to take that. Thanks. That's ours. Just very well played.
Looking back at how that game played out, OG Venom, outside of Li Ming's orb, really doesn't have much burst damage, and that's really what you need to get the most value out of Mosh Pit. Illidan's more sustained damage, as is Zul, and they just were never, again, allowed to just kind of set up and really impose their will in any of these team fights.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You know, they just never got that opportunity to do what their team comp it looks good on paper. And it looks fun, to be honest. I mean, you have a D Shield on an ETC or an Illidan. You got Zool and Li Ming there as well. Like that looks like a good team comp. But that last pick Vikings, they had nothing to stop Vikings. No way to stop them at all. They had nobody with global presence. They had just, it's one of those issues where they couldn't stop the Vikings push. Anytime they had to go deal with something, the Vikings just got free lane pushes.
Yeah, it was very hard for them to, really commit to any team fight. It was hard for them to do much of anything. Like, the Vikings were everywhere. And I'd be real curious to hear what their comms were like when that Vikings pick came out. Because it was like, oh, so that means that they can... But then that means for us that...
well, crap. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, that's... And I was going on... This is my favorite part. I saw the Zagara pickup, and I was like, oh, Zagara is actually a global hero now. Like, Nidus Worm works. It's functional, and she can play a little riskier in a lane and then heal up and get there instantly. Like, that is amazing. And then they picked up Vikings, and I was like, well, I guess they're going Maw.
Yeah, I mean, 100% it's going to be Maw at that point.
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, they don't need the global on Zagara if they have Vikings. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, global was definitely
not necessary.
CDN, very impressive on that trio of heroes. I'm pretty sure it's safe to say he soaked almost every minion wave in that game.
Yeah, he missed very few. He did miss a couple, and especially towards the end, he missed quite a few. But during the real laning phase, he hardly missed any, and that is fantastic. Other fantastic things that are going on. You guys have donated so far $470. If you want to donate, put in ! Match Reno into the Twitch chat. It'll give you the link. Code word is NexVerse and then the number 2. So get that donated. The more you guys donate, the more I have to pay into it later. I am paying in 10% of whatever that prize pool is at the end of the night. So if you guys want to make me have to pay more, go ahead and donate. It's a free dollar. Comes to us with that code word. You don't have to pay anything if you don't want to. Just put in the code word, and that's it. It all goes to the amateur teams in this finals with this best of 3 series, and that's it. That's all there is to it. So they're getting at least like $490 something right now.
Yeah.
With my 10% on top of that. So go put in some more. You can see the number that we're at above my head, our heads rather. That's what we're at. Go put in money. Free money. It is literally free money for you guys, as far as you're concerned. It's not free money for somebody, but we'll let them deal with that.
That's their problem.
Yes, exactly. All right, let me check the brackets real quick and see if we have another team ready to go yet. We're going to continue following SciComm Esports on their road. They're going to be in the round 2, the semifinals, playing either against RFS Gaming or SciStorm Gaming.
2 very strong teams that have put up some solid performances all season long here at NexVerse. It's been very exciting to see those guys play. It's always a treat to see them.
Yes, it is. We even saw RFS earlier today playing against Tempo Storm.
Yeah,
so
looking good.
Yeah, they were looking good. We'll have to see how they do here. If they are not ready yet, though, I think we will go on a short break. Let me make sure they're not actually ready. No, Percival and Ethics are still in a custom game. So we're going to go on a short break here. Enjoy the music. All the music here is by Miracle of Sound. You can find them at miraclesound.bandcamp.com. And, we'll be back as soon as we can. Hope you guys enjoy. See you in a few.
Your secrets and crooked smiles, they torment and taunt me. I long for automatons, carry me back, but the reel keeps on spinning loose and the screen is fading to black. to lose control of your rear plumbing. Fire in your hole. Whoa, fire in your hole. Fire in your hole. Fire in your hole. Come and take a trip with Isaac Clarke through crazy south by hell. The diner of death is serving tonight, so beware of the clientele. Better grab your plasma cutter. Gonna slice two limbs like a playthrough, but I better grab your plasma cutter. You know why? We're making NexARAMas soup. NexARAMas soup. It's a very simple recipe. Just giblets, guts, and goop. We're making NexARAMas soup. NexARAMas soup. Murder's on the menu. Come and grab yourself a scoop. Yeah. Feeding and a bleeding and a druid's gun. They stalk through the corridors. Grabbing and a stabbing and a screaming death. They paint the walls with gore. Better grab your plasma cutter. Gonna slice two limbs like a playthrough, but I better grab your plasma cutter. You know why? We're making.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NexVerse Season 4 Finals. In case you just joined us, or if you're not sure what's going on, these are the finals for our tournaments. We hold a 6-week series, followed by the finals, and tonight there is a hell of a prize pool on the line. I'm your host, Captain Cardone, and joining me tonight is Halorin. Thanks you, everybody, for coming back.
I'm excited to see this finals tournament continue forward. We did see that RFS is going to be advancing, and that's who we're going to be seeing next.
Yeah, I believe so. Let me double check that real quick. Yes, indeed, it is RFS, and they're going to be playing up against SciComm Esports. So, knowing RFS, they're going to want to start this next match pretty quick. They're going to take a very fast bio break, water break, whatever they need, and then they're going to be like, all right, let's do it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. They did the same thing today against Tempo Storm. They were just like, oh, okay, the first game's over. Here's the draft link for the second game. Everyone's ready. Let's go.
I've clicked ready. We're good to go.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
It was fantastic. So we have a draft link already. These teams are fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Nice. These guys are not wasting time.
I told you. I told you it'd be
They're
like this.
ecstatic.
Love it. These two teams, they both want this so bad. So, yeah, of course, they are pushing it hard.
Yeah, these two teams squaring off this early in the tournament is it's huge. These are two very strong teams. I would comfortably say that they're the favorites to win this. So one of them getting knocked out here could have a huge impact on the finals.
It could indeed, and whoever it is, we're gonna follow to the finals. And for those of you that aren't sure what the number above my head is, that's how much the prize pool is right now. I'm gonna add 10% at the end of the night, up to $100. And so you can help out by going to Matcherino, or by putting in ! Matcherino. It'll give you the link. You can click the donate button, put in code word NexVerse2, and then it gives us a free $1. Also, while you're on Matcherino's website, you can check out the things that they are trying to sell, that we're trying to sell rather. We've already sold all the Gunner glasses, so sorry about that one. But we do have Soylent. It's a drink, but it's a food. It's like a weird milkshake type thing. Even look, I even talked to them, and they're like, "Yeah, it's a drink. Yeah, it's a food." And I'm like, "But it can't be both." And
it's a source of nourishment.
Yeah, it is, and it's they sell it in 400 calorie bottles. It's $20 for 12 bottles, which seems like a lot. But that seems like a lot of milkshake. I guess it's kind of like a milkshake, basically, is what it comes down to. So that seems like a lot for $20. It's usually $34, so go check that out. We have 5 of those that we're looking to sell, so if you want to buy some of that, feel free, and that money, again, goes into the prize pool. So, donate. Yeah, donate, not join. Join is if you're doing if you're a team captain, you can join, and that way we can pay you. So if you are a team captain of one of the teams that's still in the tournament, make sure you do that. But if you're not, if you're just a viewer, just donate. Code word is NexVerse2, the number 2, not anything else. And yeah, we're gonna be jumping into this in just a second. I forgot that it doesn't tell me when people are asking me if they're ready or not, or if I'm ready or not.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh well. We are into the map bans. Blackheart's Bay immediately. I like Blackheart's Bay. I hate that nobody else does.
It's an oddball in competitive play.
It is.
Without the chests do show up. That is kind of a focal point, but it's not at the same level of like Infernal Shrines, where the heavy emphasis is to go team fight at one spot.
Right.
Garden of Terror also gets thrown out of the window here.
Even with the
Towers of
rework.
Doom.
Even with the rework, Garden of Terror still is not that fun of a map.
Right.
I like the rework. I hated the old, okay, we're just going to play Ring Around the Rosie for the next 30 minutes. And then whoever ring around the Rosie better wins. No, okay, we did that in grade school. Can we move on? Yeah, so that one needs a little work. I'm still sad that Haunted Mines doesn't exist, because I think Haunted Mines is a better map than Garden of Terror. But again, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, that one's probably going to see some change before it comes back into rotation, because it's pretty much like the first team that gets Sylvanas wins.
Yeah, I agree. One thing I will say, I really hope we get a StarCraft map. Is anyone else with me? We have not had a StarCraft map. It's so upsetting.
It is long overdue. I haven't even thought about that.
We've never had one. There's no StarCraft map in the game.
So my dream for Heroes of the Storm, there was a Super Nintendo game that came out called Rock and Roll Racing that Blizzard made. One of the funniest games I've ever played in my life. I would love to see a character or some kind of representation.
That would be fantastic. Actually,
if they can put the Lost Vikings in here, they're showing that they're able to reach back into history.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my hope.
Yeah, that would be very interesting. Speaking of interesting, we have a ban on Zool, which seems pretty normal, and then a ban on Tassadar. And here's why. This is my favorite part. So they banned Tassadar so that Nesper won't pick Illidan. Instead of banning Illidan, they banned Tassadar. Love it.
It is kind of a 2-for-1 combination. An indicator that these teams have seen each other enough to know what their strengths are, what they like to go for. So that just makes the quality of these games that we're about to see that much better. I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, me too. I agree with you there. First pick Tyrande. RFS likes Tyrande a lot, so understandable there.
It's a very flexible pickup. They're going to want to definitely consider some wave clear going into the rest of their composition, but it does open a door for them to either go dual support, which I would imagine that's what they're going to do. You don't really see too much solo Tyrande these days.
No, there is not a whole lot of solo Tyrande. It can still be done. It's not unplayable or anything, I would say, but you still don't see a whole lot of it, mainly because there's no reason for it. You can just go double support and you're fine.
So RFS, they might put themselves in for a bad time here. They heavily prioritized Tyrande first. They banned out Zool, and that paved the way for 2 very strong picks for Psycom Esports and Kael'thas Sylvanas.
So they're going to pick up ETC Uther. So I was going to say they were going to pick up Thrall Mirrodin, but it looks like that is not at all what they're going for. ETC is fine. So far, Psycom has no way to really stop the mosh pit because hopefully Kael'thas is actually in the mosh pit.
That's generally the goal.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Wailing Arrow does it too, but
Oh,
that's
they
a
really don't
heroic.
want to play Illidan. So that 2-for-1 combination, yeah, they're like, we don't even want a chance that we saw that you've taken 2 supports and we don't want to see you.
Yeah,
Or
and
Illidan.
that's Illidan is. If you've never seen Nesper play Illidan, crap. Like
The
that's
definition of ham.
yes, he will dive anything. He does not care. It is just straight up. Oh, there's a person there, and I'm on top of him. It's like
It's fine. I'm behind there. Keep doing it. It's
yeah,
cool.
I'm under core doing it, but don't worry. Somehow I'm gonna live, and it's like what? Why? Why do you live when you
I'm
should
under
die?
core and their keep is still up.
Yeah. No keeps down, no walls down. I'm under core. Oh look, I got a kill. Let's just leave.
Hashtag worth.
Yes, exactly. So Psycom decides to pick up Sonya. I like that. I like that a lot. Sonya into ETC is pretty strong. She's just able to bully the crap out of him, so it makes sense there. And
Yeah.
Rhaegar for their support. Again, you were saying last game, Rhaegar's still strong, so
Absolutely. Those 2 heroes pair really well together, especially on a map like Infernal Shrines. Sonya's Whirlwind allows them to have that much easier of a time clearing out the defenders during the Shrine phase, and Rhaegar can only further enable that by putting a Lightning Shield on her. Really smart choice.
that is indeed accurate. She gets a lot of work done, especially against this comp. It's double support so far, so yeah, they're going to be able to sustain through it. And on Infernal Shrines, we've seen sustain is the key to winning this fight. And she counters ETC pretty well, honestly. So we'll see how that goes for them. RFS digging into their time pool, which is fine. It is their last couple of picks rather. So they pick up
Go for
Falstad.
Falstad.
Yeah,
I like
expect to
that
see
choice.
Gust. Again, I want to see Hinterland's Blast, but I know it'll be Gust.
Yeah, in this setup, I don't think Hinterland Blast would be very. I mean, they're double war. Yeah, that would be a stretch in my opinion.
Yeah, well, especially because at this level of play, you have a situation where Falstad will Gust people, and then ETC will power slide in and get a 4 or 5 man mosh pit off. You hardly ever see them mess it up, right? Usually, like when I play quick match and I'm playing Falstad or I'm playing ETC and I go for a mosh pit and the Falstad just blows all of them away, I'm like, really? Can we not? I wanted that.
Yeah, the Wombo potential is most certainly there. Mighty Gust against the wall. ETC power slides in. Uninterruptible mosh pit. Could be a bad time. They go for Kerrigan.
Oh, I love it. So Kerrigan is today during the qualifiers, Glaurung was actually talking about Kerrigan. He was casting with Jake, and he was saying Kerrigan is in a weird spot where she's very scary to play for you and the opponents. Because if the enemy team is good, you're in trouble. Like if they're really solid anti-Kerrigan players, then you're in trouble. But if they're not, and you're a good Kerrigan, you're just gonna have a heyday. And it was like, oh, okay, like that makes sense. She's easily countered, and she has a small health pool. But if you play her right, like she just has so much potential.
I 100% agree with that. I think she's always been something of a terror, but she's one of those high skill cap based heroes where the person behind Kerrigan just has to know what they're doing.
Yep, exactly
On a
right.
map like Infernal Shrines, you stand to get a lot of value out of Kerrigan. The mobility that she'll be able to have by using her Q to jump across to the different defenders during the Shrine phase is going to make the lives of Kael'thas and Sylvanas very difficult because it's going to be really hard to position yourself when Kerrigan can just jump across the map and pull you in.
Yeah, I do like this, so I love the Tyrael pickup. It counters ETC fairly well. It counters Kerrigan pretty well. The invul, the area denial there that he can add as well. The movement increases and decreases for the enemy team. The shields, his kit is just fantastic. This is going to be good.
Yeah, I had high hopes for this set, and this draft alone says that we're going to get a very fun set of games here to watch. Tyrael and Sonya, very strong response to the ETC Kerrigan pairing.
Yep.
I mean, both of these teams just have so much potential in these compositions. Like when Kael'Thas and Sylvanas got picked up, I was like, RFS gonna have a tough time. But then they took Uther and ETC, and I was like, Psycom Esports gonna have a tough time.
It just kept going back and forth. Yeah, exactly. And that's what you see out of teams that are this good. Both of these guys, we've seen them play against pros and hold their own. So, I expect that kind of draft. I expect that kind of system where, they're kind of that even the draft is a bit of a battle. Like you see the war going on behind the scenes there, and I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, high power draft from start to finish. These teams. One thing that I would point out and commend RFS for, since the pickup of Nesper, I feel like the dynamic that they've had in team fights specifically has just gotten exponentially better.
Yes.
He's one of the most ham assassin players I've seen in the world. So for RFS to really embrace that and enable him, Ethics is a very strong support player. To be able to keep that alive and allow him to do what he does best, it's definitely taken him to another level, I feel.
Yep, I agree with that. We're getting into the game right now. I just got to change the... Oh, sweet. Psycom's on the same side again. Thanks, team. You guys are fantastic. Look, man, you have no idea how much easier that makes this. Actually, no, you do. You know exactly how much easier that makes this.
I know that feel, bro.
I do like the coordination of the team icons there. That is pretty good.
Solidarity. I like it.
Okay, so that was pretty good on my part. I added a ticker at the not a ticker a count at the top for what the score is. I almost had it set perfectly. I just gotta make one small adjustment and we're good to go. So if you want to start talking about the teams, go for it.
Yeah, on the left side, we're gonna see them for the first time tonight. You're gonna have RFS, Nesper's on Kerrigan, Sleepy Bear's playing Tyrande, Needham, Hammy's on Falstad, Percival's playing ETC, and Uther is being played by Ethics.
And on the other side, we have Psycom Esports. We've seen them a couple of times with Fate playing Tyrael, Rebel on Rhaegar, Prince playing Sonya, Iuda on Kael'Thas, and CDN playing Sylvanas.
Action already in the early stage of this game. Nice wraparound from Percival for the power slide on Iuda, and that's the first takedown already.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick explosion from Kael'Thas there, and it wasn't the kind of explosions he likes.
Absolutely not. Nesper was, forward, doing what he does best, and Iuda tried to punish that, moved forward, and Percival just perfectly timed that power slide to counter that.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see Nesper play Kerrigan. We see him on Melee Assassins all the time. We were talking about it earlier. He is such an aggressive melee character. I want to see how this works out. Sleepy Bear, you need to move just a little bit. There you go. Okay. He wasn't quite in the hiding in the vent there, and he just was standing there not leaving. And I was like, buddy.
It's like, we see you.
Yeah.
Percival,
Sorry.
Sleepy Bear on the hunt, though, trying to land a power slide, Lunar Flare combination, but Iuda and Rebel were able to move out of position, so nicely done on their part.
Yeah, they knew it was coming. They could see it happening. The other team was nowhere to be seen, so smart move there. Nesper going ham, getting the stun, a follow-up stun. This is CDN going down.
The haunting wave, a little too late. I don't think it would have saved them one way or the other. That was just perfectly timed by RFS. The combination from Kerrigan land just on the edge of that, and Sleepy Bear is right there to follow up.
Yep, Rebel trying to get out here. It's going to make it. Percival not really able to get anything done. But now Iuda and Fate are coming down. Sleepy Bear is going to take the brunt of this. He could be in trouble. Yes, indeed he is. He's getting the stun to come out, but they just have to back off.
Yeah, and that's something that I've seen both of these teams really prioritize. Right as the Shrine phase comes up, the enemy team has to watch out because they're definitely on the hunt to try to get the early advantage. And this time, it just happened to go the way of Psycom Esports.
Yep, you want that kill. It's awesome to get that little bit of a morale boost, right? And that's the big part of what it is. It's a bit of a morale boost. Now, I'm wondering if Psycom is going to ignore the objective here, because they can just push this bottom lane all the way out, no problem. They're also looking to get Needham. Oh no!
I love this play by Psycom Esports. They saw Needham up there, so they didn't want to capture the siege camp and alert their presence. They
Right.
wanted to try to get the kill first. And almost, they did a pretty good job considering the heroes that they did have in the area. But RFS is well on their way to the first Punisher. of the game.
Yep, so they're doing what I thought they would. They are ignoring the first Punisher in favor of getting some of these buildings down at the bottom, which I really like. I think it's smart, especially with that Sylvanas.
Yeah, and Needham's going to have to be really careful here because Iota can definitely chunk him down with the chain bombs if he was to step forward. But it looks like they're content with just getting the wall there and moving up to other parts of the map.
Yeah, well, it's going to be hard for Needham to take out these bruisers. He doesn't have Boomerang yet, so he's got to be careful about trying to kill them. They could get a fort here if he doesn't hurry this up. But the Punisher does come out. Nesper, look at that shield. He's just been up here dealing damage to those things the entire time. And it looks like he's going for a full Ravage build.
Which I love on Kerrigan personally.
I do too. I don't know how to, I'm not good at playing it. There's a
I mean,
difference.
it just allows you to jump around like crazy once you start getting the kills off minions and things like that. That's a large part of Kerrigan's mobility on a map like Infernal Shrines. But Psycom Esports made short work of the first Punisher, but RFS did come away with the fort wall at least.
Yes, they did, and that's enough. Honestly, they're on even talent tiers. They're kill up. It worked out fine for them. Ethics needs to be
considering the other
careful here,
teams.
though.
Uh-oh, the stun does land. There is the follow-up, but a nice cleanse allows Prince to get out of there. And Nesper actually eating a ton of damage. Percival power slides in. There's the Lunar Flare follow-up, but Uther's the first to go down, Captain.
Yep, they were way too aggressive on that. Ethics should not have been the first man in. That hurt them a lot. Nesper with that amazing stun on 2 there. Kel'Thas, Iota might go down here if Needham can get him. Nope, not quite. Percival also in a lot of trouble. They just need to back off, reset, and go back at it later.
Yeah, props to Percival. That was a well-timed face melt because I'm pretty sure he would have been dead otherwise. A couple of times there, Psycom Esports was on the verge of going down, but they were just able to get the counter engagement and take other people out on the side of RFS.
Yep, and we just saw Nesper doing exactly what you were talking about. Just keeps jumping in because she keeps getting the kills on those minions. It's a fun build.
I think Kerrigan needs like a rabbit skin specifically for that build. Because
Dude, the
he
rabbit
stops all
from
over the place.
No, the rabbit from Monty Python in the Holy
There you
Grail.
go. Sold.
Yeah. Just like, it's just a killer rabbit. Yes. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Blizzard, take a note.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody tweeted Dustin Browder for me. Thanks.
Both
Obviously,
teams
this needs to be a thing.
I agree. Both teams very understanding of the map. They both pick up the bruiser camps, so the push should counter themselves out. But CDN is hanging out in this top lane, so the longer he hangs out up here, the higher the chance they're going to get value. But Needham's up here too.
Yeah, RFS, if they want this shrine, they need to do it now before Psycom hits 10. That's what it comes down to. If they want it, they either need a kill or they need to start it right now.
I 100% agree because that window is rapidly closing. Do see some soaking done by Psycom Esports, and going through this top wall does get them their heroics. So they're going to have to wait.
Yeah, I mean, Nesper just jumping around. Look at this. This is crazy. He knows. One auto attack and a jump. One auto attack and a jump. Holy crap. He just plows through these things. He's gaining mana on average, too. That is incredible. His shield is going to be so high.
He's pretty much going to be a tank by the time this team fight starts up. It's insane.
Yes. Yeah, it is insane. That's for sure. But it is a 4v5. There's Needham. He's back. So it's a 5v5. Leap coming in. Ouch.
Oh, I love that. The leap. Oh, actually, the Mighty Gust into a sick mosh pit.
Yep.
Fate does get the Divine Shield. The Mortar Punisher does go over the RFS, but they also get the kill on Kel'Thas.
Yeah, and they might get another kill here. Fate awfully low. Is a jump available? Nesper gonna take a hit. Nope. Sleepy Bear taking that hit, but nothing much happening. I would have liked to see them come around the top and try and take out Prince. I think they could have had him if they had done that, but it's also a super risky play there, so I understand why that was off the table.
Yeah, RFS has to be very happy with that turn of events. Gives them a lot of confidence. I think that team fight was executed flawlessly.
Yes, it was.
Sonya jumped in there with the hard engagement. Do have a pause here, but
Yep.
Sonya jumped in with the hard engagement. Falstad was right there with the Mighty Gust and pushed pretty much half the team into the mosh pit. It was crazy.
Yeah, it is, and it was indeed. That mosh pit was fantastic. And what?
That's a first.
This all right? No, we're going back to the game just so people can see that one. If you'll notice, send your attention here. What?
That's esports right there.
I wish
That's esports.
yeah. Okay, all right. The things we do for this game.
Yeah.
Wow. That was interesting.
I can comfortably say that I have never seen that.
Never heard that one. No, not at all. We were talking about something, and I don't remember now.
I think we were talking about how nicely executed that team fight was.
Oh, yeah, the mosh. So I was going to say that Nesper jumped in and then pulled Iuta back into the mosh.
Yeah.
Which was fantastic because he could have just turned around and gravity lapsed ETC, and it couldn't happen. One thing I do want to do while we have a second here is go ahead and take a look at some talents. Most of these are pretty standard. Uther is going for every button he can get. Of course, that's how Uthers are. Rhaegar once again going for the wolf form build, and we have a gravity lapse build from Kael'thas with Mana Addict at level 1. I like this. I played a little bit of him since the rework. I like it a lot. The Netherwind is neither here nor there. There's a couple other ones on that are fine at that talent tier. But we're getting ready to go. Apparently, everyone is ready.
Yeah, I like those talents for Kael'thas. On a map like Infernal Shrines, you can sometimes struggle getting the most out of that because the Netherwind ends up hitting the defenders instead of the heroes that you want.
Yeah.
But still a very strong setup for Kael'thas.
Yeah, I think he's looking to empower it and then, push it through because it'll hit everything in a line then. So we'll see how he goes about doing that. Usually you empower something else just to get that extra damage out. But it looks like there might be an invade here. Ethics is kind of in a weird spot. Could be in trouble. Fate being the one in trouble. Total stun train coming in. But he gets the invulnerability down at the last second. Now Percival has to run for his life. I'm not sure he's going to make it out. He needs a heal. Wow, Sleepy Bear just barely keeping him alive.
I cannot believe
Gust.
that Percival got out of there. There is some counter synergy in the Mighty Gust taking them outside of the Starfall, but I'm pretty sure they're just happy to keep everybody alive.
I think everyone's okay with that.
Yeah.
That is counter synergy that they are willing to accept. That is not a problem.
That was nicely done by both teams. Those leaps have just been outright dangerous, and it's to Ethics' credit that he's been able to keep his team alive.
Oh, no! Needham trying to fly out of there, but when you have a gravity lapse coming to your face, there's just nothing you can do.
There you go. Needham goes down. That's going to even up the takedown count. Four apiece for either team now.
And pretty much evened up the experience as well. We have a shrine starting top. Somebody needs to come up here and take care of this huge minion wave. Percival looks like he's going to try and do that. Ethics is on his way as well. Sleepy Bear needs to watch out. There's a Sonya coming in, and he does not know it.
But in the bottom lane, you do see Psycom Esports helping themselves to a fort before the shrine even gets activated. I love that play.
Yep, and Sleepy Bear in a bit of trouble here. Prince just chasing him around. Meanwhile, we know who's top, just jumping around like a rabbit.
Hop, hop, hop. Nesper doing what he does best up here. Gonna start racking that shield up again, but we do have some action of sorts going on in the middle lane as they further exploit the ability of Sylvanas to take another set of towers out here.
Yeah, they're going for the keep, or the fort rather, which I really like here. It's just the rest of RFS is coming down to fight it. And here comes a mosh. Yes, an excellent mosh.
Iuta
Not a lot
thankfully
of
does get
follow-up,
out of
though.
there. Yeah. Kael'Thas being able to get out of there was huge, but you do see Tyrael go down, and he actually did have Sanctification, so I think there was something of a missed opportunity. The Mighty Gust blowing the members of Satcom Esports away from home. Percival with a nice power slide on Prince, and I think he's going to go down as well.
Iuda might also be going down. He has a very small Kael'Thas right now, and Percival wants this kill.
Yeah, he should have his power slide off a cooldown here. He's just waiting for the right moment, and he actually misses it. The Lunar Flare does land from Sleepy Bear, though. Secures the kill. Nicely done.
It was close enough that he was able to power slide, get up there, and then push him back to knock him off his mount. Meanwhile, Nesper's up here with a shield about as half as big as his health pool and a Punisher that is still at 3/4. So they definitely got work done here, and they got a fort bottom. That is 2 forts during this one Punisher phase. They're suddenly in the lead. They have a full level advantage as well.
I'm looking at the numbers right now. Kerrigan is 4,837 out of 3,028. Like, literally about, like, getting close to half his health.
Oh, jeez. And that shield is lasting quite a long time thanks to that level 13 pickup. Pretty sure that's what it is. Yes, indeed. 20 seconds on that shield. All she's got to do, or all Nesper has to do, is hit something within 20 seconds of hitting the last thing, and Kerrigan gets to keep the shield.
I think that's a really powerful talent that doesn't get the credit that it deserves. Should Nesper go for the aggressive defense, I think is the name of it, at level 16, where the shield generation is like, I forget the exact.
Oh, it's Assimilation Mastery. Right? Isn't that the one that gives you extra shields on abilities?
No, that's the mana regen at level 7. And he did go for Battle.
Yeah, you're right. Aggressive defense. Yeah, okay,
yeah.
cool.
And they do pick up their level 16 talent, and it is aggressive defense. They are a full level ahead with a talent tier advantage, so they're definitely going to look to push this.
Yep, and Nesper's just looking for something to hit. Like,
he's like, please.
He's watching the clock, like, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Yeah,
But,
he's almost cleared 5,000 with the shield.
Jeez.
Insane.
It's gonna start going down here as Iuda puts some damage on, but I mean, doesn't matter. They're getting so much out of this.
Yeah, Iuda, he wants to try to step up and pass those chain bombs around, but he knows that Nesper's just aching to get that Kerrigan combo off on him.
Yep, all of Nesper's heals are gone. The invulnerability coming out, Sanctification being played, and Phoenix as well. So 2 heroics burned for pretty much nothing. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and you got the keep wall. I'll take that as the shrine starts to activate for sure.
Yep, and not quite on even talent tiers yet. They're still a sliver away on Psycom's side. They need to get something done here.
Yeah, they're going to want 16 before they really try to jump into this. Sleepy Bear and Percival on the hunt, though. 16 is picked up by Psycom Esports.
Yep,
and they also get their Bruiser Can.
Yes, but and Nesper's going to go ahead and start this. Just hop around. No reason not to. RFS needs to group back up here, or they could be in some trouble. Fate wanting to put some damage on, but not really wanting to dive in by himself.
Yeah, and this is also going to be tough because RFS has all of their heroics, while you still see a couple on the side of Psycom Esports just about to come off of their cooldowns as well. Percival eating a ton of damage, though, out front.
Mosh Pit coming down, but Leap trying to stop it. D-Shield comes out just in time. Not a lot of follow-up, though. KT gets put down. Percival also going down. Sanctification coming out, but it's a 3v4. Can they get out of here? Nesper just trying to put as much damage on as he can. CDid, oh my goodness. Oh, not getting out!
Nope.
Ethics, that was incredible. Fate could be in some trouble here as well, as Needham is going to start putting damage on him. This could be game if they rush this keep.
That's an ace. That is a complete ace, Captain Cardone.
Yes, it is. They are on even talent tier, so when everyone comes up, it'll be fine. But the death timers are so staggered right now that that could be a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal because Kael'Thas is going to be the first one up here. If he tries to step forward at all, they're gonna catch him out of position. Power slide, lunar flare, delete, 100%.
Yes, indeed. Nesper taking those those keep shots because he can with that giant shield, and sounds like he's saying, "Hey, let's back off." And if Nesper is saying to back off, you need to leave.
That's something to listen to for sure, because you never see him. You rarely ever see him do something like that.
That is not a thing he does regularly. Yeah.
So they lose the bottom keep, but they are able to make sure that no damage goes onto the core itself. A small silver lining to that very rough shrine phase.
Yes, it is. They are going to pick up this bruiser camp, though. Man, this bottom keep being gone is going to hurt a lot. ETC able to help save top. Tower's still there, but most of the rest of the wall is gone. We'll see what happens as that moves along. Psycom, they need a fight. They need a fight right now.
Yeah,
Needham is a
Needham-
little out of position. They probably could have picked him off, but they're not going to.
Yeah, he wraps around the corner. I'm pretty sure he would have spotted them. I'm seeing some of the caution pings, so he knows that they're there. The Mighty Gust actually secludes Fate, but they're going to be okay.
That's
nice
going to work
grab.
out just fine for them.
Sanctification popped out early in this fight. The mosh pit is serious, though. There is the cleanse to keep them going, and that's going to be a kill on Kael'thas. Percival trying to get out of there. Can Psycom Esports get out of here alive, Captain?
I don't know, because Fate just blocked in his own Sonya and not able to get out now. Fate taking a lot of damage. Awesome throw there, but it's not going to be enough. There it is. Percival's going to take some damage, though.
Yeah, he'll be okay, though, with Uther and Tyrande, and this should be game.
Yeah, they're just going to go bottom. They have their level 20s now. They're not that concerned. Rewind, a couple of blinks, shields on Uther, and the better gust, which we rarely ever see, but it's very good in this situation because one gust into the Hall of Storms means nobody's coming out, and you can see he's positioning himself there right now to do it. And Iuta, thanks for trying, buddy, but, you know, just if you could stay in there, that'd be great.
Valiant, but pretty much RFS can right-click the core and go grab coffee.
Yep, that's all they need to do. Stun coming out, not able to kill Tyrande at the very end. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. Man, that was a good game.
Like I said, I had high hopes for this set, and it is not let down by any stretch of the imagination. What do you think were some of the key elements to why that game went that way?
So some of the key elements were NexVerse Kerrigan play was not the one where the enemy team just absolutely destroys you every time. And that's what it came down. He did not die once. He didn't. Oh my goodness. Kerrigan. We're talking about
zero
Kerrigan.
deaths. Yeah.
0 deaths.
That's
Wow.
For me, in my opinion, the biggest element to why that game went that way was the Tyrael pickup. I don't think they got the value that they were hoping to get out of Sanctification. There were a couple times where Tyrael died, and he didn't even use Sanctification. So it was like sometimes it was either too late, sometimes it's really too early. I feel like Tyrael can be a trap in a lot of cases where you see like these high level teams make him look flat out broken. But to execute that yourself is like a whole different story.
Yes, it can be very difficult indeed. He's one of those heroes where, like you were saying, he has a very high skill cap. He's like Kerrigan, right? They both have extremely high skill caps. When you see somebody who is good with them, you're just like, why does nobody play these guys? Because they're gods, aren't they? Aren't they god characters? Like, they're better than everyone, right? No, it turns out that the players are gods. The characters are fine. There's nothing wrong with them. But if you're not that good, you're just not getting anything done. And that's it. It is such a hard thing to learn, especially with those two heroes. It can be a major letdown when you try playing those heroes and then you're not very good at it, or there are issues. That can be infuriating. So, for example, I have a buddy who plays Tyrael all the time, and he's all right, but he hasn't broken that amazing yet. So pretty much every time he plays Tyrael, we have to double tank. So I get to play a Nubarak. Another hero that is not fantastic right now, but I really enjoy. Those two together do great, but a Tyrael by himself, you have to be at that high level to get anything done. And while Fate played Tyrael fantastically, you're right. I don't think Sanctification was really able to be used at the most ideal times.
Yeah, the other element to the Tyrael pickup is that I feel that there was some counter synergy with Sonya and Tyrael. Sonya would leap in, but Tyrael has next to no peeling ability at all for his backline. Like he can Q and kind of teleport around, but it's not the same as like a Stormbolt or a Condemn from Johanna. And it just gave Nesper like a free ride to the backline. Sonya would leap in, and then meanwhile Kerrigan would be on the other side, just taking out Kael'thas like for free almost.
Yeah, exactly. And it was a rough game. And the part that got me the most is RFS at the beginning was not looking that hot. They were doing fine, but it wasn't they were roaming around getting their picks and stuff, but it didn't feel one-sided. It didn't feel like they were just dominating. As the game got later and later, they would leave the shrine to Nesper and just four-man the SciComm. Just, oh, you're taking buildings? That's fine. Here's four of our dudes. We'll just fight you because Nesper can take the shrine by himself. He doesn't need us.
Did he get like the top 4 almost for free by himself because he picked up the
No, he
punishment?
did. He got it for free by himself. I just sent you a draft link, so you should get that.
Right into this. Awesome.
Yep. And,
I personally feel like they would have been better off with Johanna, especially on Infernal Shrines. The Eternal Retaliation talent at level 4, which lowers the cooldown reduction on Condemn, during the Shrine phase would have been absolutely amazing.
Yep,
And I
that's
think they
true.
needed the peel.
They did. Yes, they absolutely did. We're gonna jump into the map here, into the not map ban, into the draft here in a second. The map is going to be Sky Temple. SciComm Esports is going to ban and pick first. We're gonna be good to go in just a second. Man, it was a good game though. It was a very good game.
Oh, it was very exciting. I mean, neither one of these teams are out of this by any stretch of the imagination.
Nope. Both teams showing that they are perfectly capable of playing against each other. Like they know what they need to do. I'm expecting to see SciComm come back and take advantage of this, but we'll see.
Yeah, they do ban out Tassadar first, which I believe is a rehash of how the first draft went. Didn't they ban Tassadar out first last time?
They did. They don't want. Last thing they want is Nesper to get that melee assassin with a shield. Turns out he can just pick up Kerrigan. So he still has that melee assassin with a shield. It did not help them much.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's kind of a troll move because it was like, all right, well, if you want to take Tassadar and Illidan away, I'll just still get my melee assassin with shield. It's fine. No problem.
He has to do a little bit of work to get the shield, but, it's the nature of the game.
SciComm Esports, again, hanging their hat on the Kael'thas pickup, in my opinion, the best range damage dealer, maybe probably even just damage dealer in general in the game.
Yeah, you have to be a little close to get some of his abilities off, but, he just deals so much damage for that.
Yeah, I'm hoping that SciComm Esports has taken notes from Game 1. I think they need to more prioritize protecting their backline than supporting a hard dive like Sonya's Leap. Because every time they tried to do that and commit Tyrael forward with Sonya, their backline was completely exposed and it didn't go their way.
Yeah, that's exactly true. I don't know what RFS is going to prioritize this time. They usually pick up Thrall right away. Kind of hoping we see some wonky comp with like a Murky or an Abathur or something. But I don't know who would play that. I've never seen any of them play it, so I don't know. It could be fun though.
Well, this is the finals, Captain. Fun. These guys
They're up a game.
They're playing to win.
They're up a game. I mean, I would do it. Even with all the money on the line, I mean, nobody would be happy with me doing it, but I would do it.
Hey, at first, I thought the Vikings pick might have been something of a gamble, but we saw how well that worked out, so you never know. Sylvanas, Uther, two very strong heroes.
Yeah, and I was talking to Inverum probably 2 weeks ago about Sylvanas and how they started practicing with her and just found that they really enjoy the playstyle she allows for, especially on maps where destroying buildings helps your objective phase. And this is definitely a map for that. You take down some buildings, that means that the Zap towers, as I like to call them, are dealing damage to important things instead of walls.
Yeah, it's a very passive benefit that can be very impactful because those last shots can be the difference between you securing a fort or keeping a late game. Sylvanas, in my opinion, is the best specialist in the game right now. She does assassin tier levels of damage, and her ability to lock down structures has just been so impactful on any map, pretty much.
Yeah, that's the. You see her a lot on Sky Temple. You see her a lot on Infernal Shrines. They're just maps where being able to get rid of those buildings or stop them from firing is so important.
Hmm.
And I'm liking this from Psychop. They have picked up Kael'thas and Thrall, who, according to Tempo Storm, are the two best characters in the game. They're also going to pick up Rhaegar, make sure they can't be banned out of their support because RFS already has Uther. It's going to be an interesting one. RFS most likely is going to ban out a warrior here. They're choosing to ban out Muradin, which means they're going ETC.
And that does pair well with what they have so far. We saw what potential they can pull out of Divine Shield and Mosh Pit. So to be able to have that again, I'm wondering if Psycom Esports just wants to bite the bullet and try to ban ETC out here. They would be kind of shorting themselves, but it does look like they're going to ban out Illidan.
Exact same ban as last game. They really don't want Nesper on Illidan.
Respect ban, yeah. They do not want to see Nesper on Illidan at all. Nesper's probably chuckling to himself right now, like, I'm never going to get to play Illidan again.
That's what happens when you're so good at a hero. The enemy team is just like, oh, Nesper's on your team and banned. Sorry, buddy.
But it does look like RFS is going to take ETC. I really like that choice. They've been showing exactly what they can do with that hard engage. So I only expect to see more of that level of play. And Li Ming would be very strong here too.
Yes, Li Ming is very strong here, indeed. And it looks like they're going to take your thought there and pick her up. Psycom, they need a warrior. They're probably going to pick up Johanna. They might go Dahaka, though. Dahaka, a lot of people are in agreement that Dahaka is either number 1 or number 2 in terms of tanks, in terms of warriors. It could be.
I would agree with that.
I think it's fair. Especially on a big map like this, his global presence helps a lot. Mm-hmm. So it's understandable there, and he's got a great kit. Even though his drag and his isolation ability have weird windups.
But once you master that, though, he's very
fun.
Yeah. But it looks like Psycom Esports is going they're leaving it all on the field here. Hovering Stitches, which would be a surprise to me, but none they do switch over to Falstad.
Yeah, they need to hurry up, though. They only have 11 seconds left. There it is.
So they buy themselves some time. They pick up Falstad. They want that global presence. They saw what Mighty Gus can do. So
yeah, and apparently RFS is very good at Mighty Gust into a mosh pit. So you don't want to give them that again, especially on a map like this where two of the objectives are literally dead ends. Both of them are dead ends. Like, ouch, 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 ouch. That hurts so much.
10 seconds left. Johanna or Dahaka, I do feel would be the best choices for them, but they're gonna go for Stitches.
Looks like they did indeed want the Stitches. I'm
not sure how I feel about it. I like Stitches as well, but I'm worried that Psycom Esports is putting themselves in a position again where their front line is not going to be able to effectively peel for the back line. Tyrael isn't able to peel. I don't feel that Stitches is very good at it either. So Kael'thas could really struggle here. Yeah,
that is true. If RFS picks up Dahaka, I don't know who's playing what. They don't have a melee assassin. How do they? You have Nesper on your team.
I think Nesper would play Dahaka.
I think Percival's gonna fight him for it.
Yeah, I mean,
I imagine that's gonna be an argument about who gets to play Dahaka. They both very much like him, I would imagine.
There's probably like a few seconds of uncomfortable silence where everybody in the channel's like, we know these two are about to fight over Dahaka.
That's why they hovered him for so long, so they could just get the fight over with and then move on.
Yeah, Nesper and Percival they're like, so...
He's mine. No, he's mine. Damn it.
You're right.
Dips, dang it. Yeah, we'll see. These are both weird drafts.
And I really love the idea behind that, going into game 2 in a tournament or a night of games as important as this. Sticking to the meta too much can leave you looking very rigid.
Yeah.
And setting up drafts and compositions that are kind of straying from the meta are a good way to throw your opponent off guard.
They are. That is a good point. The Double Warrior I like. I've always liked Double Warrior. Europe did it, started doing it like a year and a half ago. And I just was immediately, oh yeah, we're gonna do that because I enjoy it. It's fun. The Dahaka and ETC together pair pretty well, and it looks like Percival is gonna get ETC, and this must be Nesper on Dahaka. So sorry, Percival.
That one out, yeah.
I know you lost that argument, but
Rip.
it's all
there's
right,
some
man.
very interesting dynamics to this composition. I think that the Double Warrior counter 2 Stitches is sensational because it makes it that much harder for him to land effective hooks. Li Ming is going to be able to teleport away. Uther would be a solid choice. Sylvanas does have Haunting Wave, but there's something of a delay on that. So they do have some nice options on that front. Dahaka and ETC can position themselves to counteract that. But once you go Double Warrior against Kael'thas, Chain Bomb has to become a concern.
Yes, but the thing about this Double Warrior comp is that ETC likes to dive and Dahaka likes to be behind them. So Chain Bomb isn't hitting multiple people. You don't have to worry about that one. What you have to worry about is whether or not Thrall is going to get that Sunder in the perfect spot.
Yeah, the Sunders from Thrall are going to be insanely important. I do think this is going to be another Mighty Gus game, so the timing and use of that. Can they isolate people to secure kills, or can they save their own teammates with a well-timed Mighty Gus? It's going to be very important. I'm excited. I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, me too. These teams, they've shown that they have what it takes. They know what they're doing. I like that Psycom has a more straight-up composition. They have Thrall, they have KT, they have Rhaegar, Falstad. All of those bring a lot to the table. Stitches, if he can get a pull, a hook, he is getting work done because they just have tons of roots and stuns and slows following that up.
Yeah, you get yanked by Stitches, you eat the wolf from Thrall, you get gravity lapse, and you're waiting to respawn.
Yes, indeed. On the left side, we have RFS. They are ready to take this. They are up a game. They want this second one so that they can go to the finals. And we have Ethics playing Uther, Percival playing ETC, Needham on Li Ming, Nesper dancing on Dahaka there, and Sleepy Bear on that Pixie Sylvanas.
I know when that hotline. Over on the red
Jeez.
side, you got Psycom Esports looking to keep the dream alive. CDN is on Falstad, Rebels playing Rhaegar, Prince is on Thrall, Kael'thas again being played by Uda, and Fate is going to be on Stitches.
So did you hear that weird thing?
Yeah.
So there's a bug. Cool. So earlier it happened to Jake, and I think it's the Parrot Falstad skin causes some kind of issue. I don't know what it is, but that I'm calling it right now. They're gonna have a bug released. That's what that was. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, but again, the Sylvanas play making itself apparent early on. First tower already taken down 30 seconds in. CDN did fly up, but not going to be able to stop this push.
No, meanwhile, they were trying to kill Nesper bottom. Very well done on his part to burrow and then activate his Dark Swarm a little late so that when he unburrowed, he could just move through them. Very well done. And he dodged the hook. So it was really good.
They get some further support in the form of Iuda rotating up top here, but again, the damage is already done. They've lost the entire top wall, so they might actually want to rotate down. But actually, hard engagement on Rebel in the mid lane, going
He is
the wrong
running
way.
the wrong way.
Mounts up.
He might still get out unless Dahaka's gonna. Nope. Okay, cool.
Wolf
I
run
I
value.
wasn't sure he was getting out, and that would have been an excellent position for RFS to be in. A kill right as these temples spawn. If they could have gotten that, they would definitely be well off.
Yeah. they were able to take Rhaegar out there. They are solo support this time, so that would have been absolutely huge for the first temple phase. Right now, you do see Percival in the top lane getting the shots off of here. He should be able to solo this without much issue. Need him in Ethics nearby as well. Looks like no one's going to the middle one yet, surprisingly. Well, you do see Fate step on here now. But RFS could clear the rest of these shots and make a play for the middle temple, I feel.
Yeah, it'll be close. By the time they rotate down, it might be too late. We'll have to see. And they are a talent tier behind right now. Oh, wow, they just caught up major with that extra damage, or extra experience from the keep. Fort,
Captain,
rather.
this is exactly what you were talking about in the draft. This temple, the first temple of the game, 2.5 minutes in, claims the top fort.
Yep. And it's all because they took out that wall. Sylvanas does so much work there. It's fantastic.
Sleepy Bear was there on the receiving end of a hook, just barely is able to get out of there alive, and the counter engagement is serious. Fate isolated out of position, should be going down here. Rebel's going to try to help make sure CDN gets out of here in one piece, but that was another skirmish going RFS's way.
Yeah, very well done on their part to make sure that they got even just one kill. Meanwhile, though, Prince has been bottom soaking. He's trying to keep them caught up. It's just not working out for him.
I mean, a valiant effort. They're a little around down half a level now, which, considering you're out of fort already,
That's
isn't
not bad.
the worst. Yeah.
That's not bad at all. It could be significantly worse.
Yeah, they could be looking at it being multiple tiers down at the way this has been going. But you do see RFS picking up their siege camp. Conversely, on the right side, you got Iuda and Rebel taking their siege camp. I don't think you're going to see an invasion one way or the other, but Ethics might be proving me wrong here now.
Ethics, if he was playing Karazim, I would say that he would have engaged. Because he'll just dash out. He doesn't care. He's pretty aggressive when he's on Karazim. Uther, not known for his escapes, turns out.
As it happens, not a strong suit. But RFS was able to get this siege camp a little quicker, so they moved their siege, they moved their siege right up to this wall. Nice gravity lapse on Percival. He's going to start backing away. Got a good amount of his health taken away.
Yeah, but he jumped in there so that he could save Needham. Needham got pulled by an excellent hook, hit the wall, and Percival saw the gravity lapse and the roots coming in. He power slid right into him to make sure Needham wasn't the one taking the hits, because Needham would have died. He's only me.
Yeah, and that would have been huge because the temple is about to be up now. Both teams did manage to get their level 7 talents. So,
the wraparound is real. Fate wants this kill, but Percival's there to help him out. The rest of the team... Oh, Uther's on the point. That's where he is. I was like, where's their support? I found him. Don't worry.
CDN flying in here, chunking down Sleepy Bear, good amount. But the nice hook yanks him out of position. Puts a good amount of damage on him. CDN a little under half health. Iuda way out of position, in trouble here. I don't know if the drag is off a cooldown, but he starts backing away. And pretty much all of Psychom Esports is getting chunked down.
Yeah, Percival gonna go down here, taking a lot of damage. There's just not enough coming out from the side of RFS to turn this fight around.
It's been seesaw one way or the other. At one point, I'm like, wow, Psychom's really low. But then out of nowhere, they absolutely blow ETC up with a surprising amount of burst. So they're showing some signs of life. But like you said, both of these teams are going to make sure they're having their damage applied when they need it.
Yeah, they're definitely not out of this at all. Rebel in trouble, gonna go down. They don't have another support. Oh, Thrall going down as well, not able to keep himself up. The rest of this temple is gonna go RFS's way, which means this fort is going down. Sleepy Bear trying to put some pressure on it as well. They want to also take that tower with them if they can.
Yeah, I mean, in a complete min-max scenario, they might have even wanted to just not go into the temple until the bottom fort was taken out. Like you said earlier, you take down a structure yourself for free. That's just gonna make the zap temples.
Zap towers.
It's
all right.
Zap towers.
I pay too much attention to what Krendor says. Turns out, yeah. I thought it was funny, so I kept it.
I like it. Heroics are picked up for RFS. You got Isolation, Wailing Arrow, Divine Shield, Disintegrate, and a jury still out for ETC. Could we see Stage Dive here?
We could. Actually, we have seen Percival play Stage Dive before. He played it on... He goes Mosh Pit, but he played it on Tomb of the Spider Queen a couple of weeks ago instead of Mosh Pit, just so he could be wherever he wanted to be and do whatever he wanted to do and then immediately be in the fight.
It's a very powerful heroic. I mean, you are giving up a lot and taking Mosh Pit and, taking Stage Dive over Mosh Pit, but you can definitely get some value out of Stage Dive.
Yes, you can. He needs to get Iuda and Prince into this Mosh Pit that he's looking to pick up. D-Shield coming out on Ethics, though. That's a bit of a problem. Wailing Arrow only hitting one person. Nesper in a lot of trouble.
He should be going down here coming out of this, and he does. CDN landed a beautiful Mighty Gust that pushed Ethics out of position, forced him to use his Divine Shield, and then that meant the rest of his team wasn't going to have that luxury.
That is true, but, they're still ahead. They're a kill up. They're 2 buildings up. They have a lot going for them right now, and, Sleepy Bear's just going to come up here and get rid of this Bruiser camp that is pushing his walls. And they may not even lose a fort, depending on how quickly they can take care of this. Or not a fort. They may not even lose a tower, rather.
They do manage to save it, so it's going to start getting some ammo back sooner or later here. Prince, Fate, and Iuda hanging out here with Rebel in the top lane. Sleepy Bear does use his Honing Wave to get away, and Percival's going to jump out with a nice power slide as well.
Yeah, no reason to fight that. They could see that there were too many of them. The rest of their team was not around to assist. Dahaka's going to go bottom. Nesper on that Dahaka going to go bottom and pick up as many of those as he can. It is hitting a fort, so that is important. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is going to rotate top and try and get this top one because that will help take out that middle fort as well.
An interesting 1v1 setup here, Nesper against CDN, but the isolation followed by the drag was absolutely amazing. CDN next to no health, he's going to have to hearth out of here.
Yep, meanwhile we have a fight going on up top. Percival getting a very good mosh pit off. Oh, the heal coming out to save Fate. Just a little too late. Sleepy Bear getting pulled in by a hook, and Nesper's probably going down as well. Iuda is low, but there's just nothing they can do. Needham and Ethics in trouble. This is going to be a full team wipe for nothing. That was a 5 for nothing play there. Iuda just needs to go back. He's out of mana. He's low on health. Wow, that just put Psycom back into this game in a major, major way.
Yeah, Psycom Esports, welcome back.
Yeah.
Back in the saddle after a team fight like that. That was absolutely amazing. The well-timed hook from Stitches was perfectly placed to get the kill on Sleepy Bear, and it just all went downhill from there for RFS. The Ancestral Healing, so clutch.
Yes, I wasn't sure if it was going to get off, and it did. Fate just barely saved by that. And that mosh pit was amazing. There's just no follow-up for it.
Well, one thing that's really interesting about this, they managed to wipe the entire team, but what have they really gotten out of this?
They almost got a fort.
Right. They moved in and
Almost.
tried to get the fort. They weren't able to do that. They didn't go for the shots on the temples. And now Stitches is going to go down. RFS bounced back strong with this.
Yeah, they did. They just immediately jumped up here to take these. And they're going to get the rest of this tower as well. And it's hitting the backline defenses of that keep. Meanwhile, Thrall got the bottom one. But what did he get? He got some damage on a fort. That is a good trade for RFS.
Oh, I would take that, especially considering how if you get your whole team wiped and you keep your forts, you're doing all right.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to say you're in a bad position after that. That is for sure. Psycom just didn't capitalize on it. They didn't get anything really done with that.
Yeah, they're gonna have to, and moments like that are how you lose tournaments, because anytime you get an advantage like that, one is blatant and huge is wiping the entire team, you got to get value out of it, and they just didn't do that this time.
Yep, I'm nodding my head. I know you can't see it, but I've been the whole time you've been talking, I've just been nodding my head, and because you're right, they did not get enough out of that to warrant what happened. I mean, they got a team wipe, and they literally got, I think, a well. I think they got a well out of a team wipe. Maybe 2 wells. Guys, that's not a good trade.
That's not what you're looking for by any stretch of the imagination. Showing some holes in their composition because other heroes would have gotten a lot more siege damage done. But they
Well,
are
at
up in
least in their
experience right now.
tactics.
And Sylvanas actually gets taken out.
Yeah, CDN able to take Sylvanas out. I mean, if she doesn't have her jump, if her hunting waves off cooldown or on cooldown, you're just out of luck.
Yeah, you could have a real bad time. And Psychom Esports is going to want to press this advantage again. We were just talking about it. And they do this time. They do manage to take out Li Ming.
They do. She got the cleanse after the hook hit her, but nothing to stop the damage. Really, I mean, I hate to say it, but D-Shield probably should have been used there to save her. I feel like that would have been better than losing her, but they're not in that bad of a position. She'll be up about 10 seconds after the temple spawn, so they can probably hold one temple. They're not going to get both. It'll be rough.
Yeah, that had to be a pretty awkward conversation in comms. Ethics is like, I could put this Divine Shield on you,
Yeah,
but
you know afterwards he was just like, my bad. I did
I
it.
just wanted to save that. So
Yeah, Percival needs to get out of there. He was just taking damage, and now he is in a lot of trouble.
But he actually does manage to get out of here, to his credit. Future Bile does come down from Fate to try to isolate people, to not much effect, though.
No, that is a heroic that is going to be down now. Not a lot going on. Nesper is just waiting down here for his team to show up. He knows that they can kill Prince if they want to.
Yeah, the rest of Psychom Esports is starting to filter their way down here. Falstad is on the middle temple, though, so this does alert RFS that, this is a 4v5 kind of situation. The Gravity Lapse comboing with the hook, putting Sleepy Brown in a position that's going to bait out the cleanse to keep them alive.
Yep, and they have a little bit of damage on that keep now, but I don't think it's enough. RFS needs to get a little bit more. They're almost a whole level behind at this point. They're still, I want to say they're still doing fine, but a level behind this close to 20 is a problem.
Yeah, we were talking about value when you get advantage and how Psychom Esports didn't really capitalize on that before, but can you argue with the results now? They've evened up the structures. They're up a full level now, on their way to their Storm talents. They're looking good right now.
Yes, they are, but the difference is with this global on Nesper, he is able to stay up here and soak and build up all that essence so that he can heal himself and he can just escape most situations. So RFS looking for an advantage here somewhere. Needham could be in some trouble here. Nope, they want this kill. Are they going to get it?
Relentless getting a bunch of value here.
They need to go in. Nesper's in. He misses the isolation and the drag. Nothing coming out of that.
Big cooldowns you want. There is the mosh pit, though. Nice counter engagement with the Mighty Gust. The Divine Shield is also used on Percival, so that's kind of a waste as well. But ETC goes down.
Yeah, and Nesper's going down as well. He's got nothing left.
Yeah, Burrow. One thing I would like to see different about the Haka is I would love to be able to cancel the Burrow when you wanted to, because being put on a flat 2-second cooldown, it's just like, oh, well, we know he's going to pop out. Like, he pretty much just devoured and mauled himself.
I like that it's not controllable because it is very strong. And you can use other abilities while you're in it, so I understand why that reasoning was. It can be frustrating when you can't pop out of it, but I understand why it is. RFS could be in trouble here.
Yeah, this could hurt because the temple phase is going to come up. It's going to split the focus of RFS. They have to respond to this boss. 15 minutes into the game, and it's going to start to do some work if left to its own devices. But this does pave the way for Psychom Esports to get at least the majority of the shots on this temple.
Yeah, and if they get all of them, this fort's going down. Like, that's what it comes down to. If they get all these shots, this keep, rather, is just going to be dead.
Well, another thing that's really brutal about this situation for RFS, they're 2 complete levels down.
And one of them is level 20.
Right. And it's the Storm talents. That's rough.
Yes, it is. They're going to lose a keep here. A couple of shots are probably then going to take out their top well, I think is where it jumps to next.
Ooh, nice
That's going to hurt.
There's the cleanse, so the drag doesn't do a whole lot here. What I would really like to see is Psychom Esports take this Bruiser camp and force the issue in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen RFS win team fights being down, but It's just, this is a rough spot for them. They're going to push this. They're doing exactly what you wanted. They're grabbing that. They now have 2 big camps up here and a fairly large minion wave, and they can just push right through top here, no problem.
Yeah, if they manage to get a kill or 2 here as well, that could be game.
It could indeed. They're up 12 kills to 4. That is quite impressive. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Oh.
A nice hook to Ethics' credit. He was there with the cleanse, well timed, because Sleepy Bear would have been for sure dead otherwise. Does manage to hold on to his Divine Shield. And it looks like Psycom Esports are going to be content with just this top keep wall. But again, I feel like there's more on the table here.
Yep. First of all, needs to get out of there. Does he have a power slide? He does indeed. D-Shield coming out to save him. Sunder was wasted there, not hitting anything but the well. But D-Shield also used, so pretty even there on Heroics used. They need to hit level 20 so bad, though. Nesper is out of position. He needs to leave.
Yeah, he's going to start backing away here. The hook just misses, though. And they should be able to hit their level 20 talents. Oh, not off
There
of
it
that
is.
wave. There you go.
There it is indeed. We are seeing the better laser beam. We got a couple of bolts. We have Uther coming back to life, of course, and I actually don't know which one that is for Dahaka. Oh, it's Hardened Shield. It does not look like Hardened Shield up there. Oh well. I'm just blind, apparently.
That will give Nesper some more staying power in these team fights. And staying power has been the theme for RFS all game.
First of all, getting pulled right off the watchtower, but no follow-up behind that hook.
Yeah, Fate was kind of alone. He only really had Rhaegar in position to do anything about that immediately, and that's not the most damage you really have to worry about.
No,
but I mean, to lose the team fights that they've had, to only be down 1 keep in this situation, and to climb your way back to your Storm Talents is pretty good for RFS.
Yes, it is. They need to go in, though, especially... Oh, Blink able to get that out. I love and hate that a level 20 Storm Talent just denies that pull altogether. It just doesn't matter. Nesper taking tons of damage, but he pops his shield and he pops his ability to heal. D-Shield coming out, nothing getting done there except a Kael'thas going down. This is excellent for RFS.
Well, going out on ETC, they made it uninterruptible, and that at least got the kill on Kael'thas, and that's going to force the rest of Psycom Esports back. RFS is now in a position to get both of these temples, which put them way ahead in terms of structures. They should be able to get at least a keep off of this.
I don't know. I think it's going to put both keeps low, but I'm not sure it's going to kill either one of them. However, Psycom is saying, that's fine, you can have it. We're just going to go take your bottom keep and see if we can win the game. Let's win the video game, boys.
Let's do it. Impressive. I like this shot call a lot. Look, this is very inventive. It's going to force a response at RFS to do Hearth back here. But have they overstayed their welcome, Captain?
I don't know. Fate could be in some trouble, but I'm not sure anyone else is. Oh, I was wrong. Falstad going down, and that slow is coming out. Fate is just not able to go anywhere. Gets stunned again. Grab missing Prince because of the bolt. Sleepy Bear just being so aggressive, just diving in here with that hunting wave. Fate most likely going down here. I don't imagine he's getting out. Yeah, so if they go back top, they can finish that tower off, or they can just push out bottom. It is a 5v3. They could get a lot of work done.
Stroll across the map and in the game at this point. The middle keep is really low. The top one is as well. They could rotate mid and go straight for the core. In my humble opinion, Nesper just got the play of the game. His burrowing in there on the opposite side of that bridge to block off Falstad's escape made all that possible.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. I love it. So they just got 2 keeps out of this one tower. I was completely wrong. They may even get a third while the rest of the team tries to pick up Boss. I don't think he has his... Oh, no, he doesn't have his burrow. This could be a problem.
Down. There's the unstoppable the cleanse, but the boss is not yet capped. Falstad can fly in here potentially, and here he comes with the upgraded Mighty Gust, pushing everybody on the side of RFS back for the boss steal. Are you kidding me?
And Sleepy Bear is going down as well. This could be a problem. They have to get out of here.
This could be game.
It's going to base race. They're just going to base race.
And CDN popping that bug again with the Pirate Falstad for a little B-step action. But this is going to turn into a full-on base race because Nesper's over here on the core now with Needham. But Needham's hearthing back.
So no, Nesper's bailing. They're all bailing. That was smart. pull people back. Oh, that was genius. So they went in so that people would think it was a base race, because we did, and then they just left while everyone was hearthed back. So they can kill this boss basically at their leisure, and then also kill and also fight the rest of the team, and buy time for their allies to get alive again. Fantastic work.
Next level shot calling. Very impressive stuff, but even in spite of that, it's not going to be enough.
Not going to be enough.
Here.
We are going to game 3.
Wow.
That was an impressive game indeed. Man, that was good. It was tight the whole way.
I'm blown away by the performance of both teams in that game. I mean, one thing that I was going to say during the game itself is that RFS's staying in power was just mind-blowing. They would lose all of their they lost their whole team and then kept their fort somehow. They stayed in the game. That shot call at the end to just like tease the base race and then hearth back to give yourself as much time as possible to get your team back up and to burn down the boss. Genius.
Very smart plays on their part. They've been saying that since Nesper joined them, their shot calling has changed a little bit to where they're all he has brought a thought process that they've said they didn't really have before, which I think is great, especially since they don't do you're the shot caller, just shot call all of it. They tend to do a communal, hey, we should do this, we should do that. Everyone pipes up when they think something important is happening. And so far it's really worked for them. It didn't quite work for them that game, but they got, we saw plays where it was obvious they were trying to get something done. They just didn't have enough time, or it didn't work out well for them. But man, that was good.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, the addition of Nesper to this roster has just added a whole different dynamic to their ability to not only team fight, but to strategize. I mean, their game has definitely stepped up on that front. A lesser team would not have stayed in that game as long as they ended up being there. So even that, in my opinion, is something of a moral victory for RFS to feel confident going into Game 3.
That's true. So we have the draft link for Game 3. I sent it over to you. We're going to be on Cursed Hollow, and RFS is going to ban first. Man, this has been a great series.
This feels like the finals to me. Like this.
Yeah.
Well,
we said it at the
high
beginning.
level.
These were the two teams that we kind of expected to get to the finals. Now, all the other teams in here, I don't think there's a single team in here that I don't expect to play well, but it's just this was our thought of it will be these two. They just happen to be on the same side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it gave us a very exciting set early in the tournament. Very fun to watch. I always enjoy watching these teams play. I see SciComm Esports every now and again over on Chair League. I'm here almost every Sunday seeing RFS do what they do best. It's awesome.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And if you guys love it, you can help donate to the prize pool by putting in !Maturino, and they will it'll give you the link to our Maturino website. You can donate a free $1 by putting in code word NexVerse2, the number 2, and then when all is said and done tonight, I will add 10% of whatever we have to the prize pool. So right now I'm adding $47. So if you guys get that up over 1,000, which I doubt will happen, but you never know. If you guys get that up over 1,000, I'm capping my edition at 100. Sorry. I don't have enough money floating around. I'm not swimming in stacks of cash.
All the dirty esports money?
Yeah, no, there is none in the amateur scene, turns out. All this money has come from fans.
So, I'm looking in the chat now. Lord Boo asks, wouldn't they have won the base race to begin with? Why not just race? They had a boss and a man advantage. And again, I think it goes back to the genius of RFS shot calling. It forced, in what my opinion would be, a panicked reaction where it's like, oh, they're going for our core, we got to go back. And the whole time it was just a ruse. So they could just try to, burn the boss down. So I think they could have won the race if they had just committed. But again, it's just a credit to RFS shot calling there.
Yeah, yes, it was. I'm being reminded, and I should have done this. I'm sorry, team. I'm being reminded that we are also selling things on the Matcherino site. We've already sold all the Gunners, but we are selling Soylent. That is, it's like a milkshake type thing, but it's very healthy for you. A lot of people on health kicks really like it. I have considered buying some just to see what it's like, because I've lost like 45 pounds in the past year. So, if I can keep that up, why not? So we'll see how that works. If you guys want to buy some of that, it's $20 for a case of 12 bottles. So just go get it. Meanwhile, the draft is going on. Sylvanas banned out. Illidan just straight up banned out this time instead of Tassadar. So RFS is like, oh, you're giving us Tassadar? Great, we'll pick up Tassadar. Thank you.
No problem there on our end at all. Very strong heroes are getting picked up, though. Tyrande Kael'thas on a map like Cursed Hollow, these cramped quarters during the tribute fights offers you the possibility of big value to come out of Chain Bomb. Tyrande's owls going across the map will, alert you of any boss pushes or anything like that. I really like those two choices from Psycom Esports.
Yes, I like them a lot. Kael'thas does a lot of damage. Tyrande is able to stop people at Cursed Hollow, or on Cursed Hollow, picking up those tributes. RFS is just going full ham mode here with the Sonya Mirrodin pick.
I think we are in for what will equate to a barroom brawl from the side of RFS. You take Tassadar, you line yourself up for double support. You take Mirrodin and Sonya. These are two of the most hardy, damage-dealing warriors in their respective categories, I feel. Mirrodin at Thunderstrike at 13 is a surprising amount of burst damage, pairs well with the Thunderburn talent at 4. Sonya, we've been seeing her do work all night. This team is looking to scrap, Captain.
Yes, they are indeed, and it is 1-1. So I expect both teams to try and pull out their best comps here. And we've seen that they are, they're both digging into their time pool to make sure they're banning or picking who they need to be banning or picking. And that's their concern. Both teams want this.
Yeah, I mean, this game could very well decide the course of the rest of the tournament. With these two high-power teams in the same bracket, they were inevitably going to come to a head. And it's been exciting to watch. 10 seconds left in the time pool. Uther is being hovered. I do think that would be a smart ban. But it looks like they're going to go for Li Ming.
They saw the amount of damage that Li Ming put out. RFS banning ETC. They don't want to go up against that. Even with their ability to stun ETC with Mirrodin and Sonya, and Tassadar Force Walls can pull people out of that. We've seen that happen a couple of times. I thought that was really entertaining. They just don't want to deal with it. They'd rather have to fight against a Johanna.
And I think that's really smart. I mean, ETC with Mosh Pit could have definitely disrupted whatever plans RFS had going into these team fights. But Psycom Esports is again hanging their hat on the stitches. It worked for them last time. So, who would I be to argue? But it is something of a surprise.
I mean, they did win the last game, so that's what it is. I mean, it is what it is. They worked well for them. Might as well. They have more stuns now because they're going to pick up Thrall as well. So lot of stuns on their side if they get that pull.
Yeah, Lunar Flare, Hunter's Mark for the added deletion. Thrall getting picked up is here as well for a root follow-up. And something also to consider, on Cursed Hollow, I think this is one of Stitch's better maps. Because if you're trying to secure ganks in the early game, you put yourself in a weird spot where you put yourself on one of those curves and you hook someone into it and then they're just stuck already being body blocked by you. And if the rest of your team is there, they're just for free at that point.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. RFS picking up Falstad. They really like this hero. Everyone does, especially on a map like Cursed Hollow and Kharazim. We finally see Ethics going to pull out the Kharazim. That is going to be interesting. He loves this hero. He loves to play it. He heals fine, especially with the Tassadar, since you have that other support there. It helps out a lot. But Psycom, I'm not sure what they're going to pick up. Are they going to go solo support Tyrande, or are they going to pick up another support? If not, I expect to kind of see a bruiser maybe, but they're kind of out of bruiser. Like, they're in a weird spot. Zool. Okay, that makes sense.
That's a gamble.
Yes, it is. It is
That's
indeed.
a gamble because, yeah, RFS is double support, so that's some damage potential taken off the table for them. But RFS has so much staying power in the dual support that Sonya and Falstad should be more than enough to start securing some of these kills, because Tyrande could struggle here trying to keep their team alive.
Yeah, that is exactly true. Now, Thrall does have the ability to heal himself. Stitches has a pretty high health pool, so you know you're not really that concerned about those two. But everybody else not really able to stay alive that well.
Yeah, the Kael'thas player of Psycom Esports, and to a lesser extent the Zul, are probably like, oh, all right, like I'm gonna have to be super careful here, because if I get hooked at the wrong moment or anything like that, I'm gonna have a bad time.
Yes, indeed. And we are getting into this game. Everybody is readying up right now, so we'll be good to go in just a second. Man, this is game 3, guys. This is game 3. Whoever wins here moves on to the finals.
I am so excited for this game. These teams have put on one hell of a show so far. Very fun to watch. Christmas Stitches back out to play.
And speaking of the finals, I figured I'd mention this real quick. The gentlemen are there waiting for whoever wins this. So we're going to get to that after this game in about 30 minutes or so. This after that last match, it was a very close match. Is RFS going to win this? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, game 2, we're at game 3 for a reason here.
Yep.
Psycom Esports are no slouches. RFS, very strong team. So is Psycom Esports. They proved it last game. They showed a ton of potential even in game 1. We saw them in the previous series. They got here, you know, it wasn't a fluke. So this is going to be an explosive game, I feel.
Yeah, yes, it is. And both teams, I mean, you say explosive game. Both teams have a lot of upfront damage potential. I mean, on one side, we have Kael'thas and Thrall with a Tyrande and Azul to back them up. We have, on the other side, a Falstad and... hold on. A Falstad and a Sonya dealing tons of damage with a Karzim that, you know, can put out quite a bit of damage for a healer.
Mm-hmm.
Tassadar, of course, able to really mess with people and escape everything in Mirrodin with his stuns. This is going to be an interesting game. Very excited. Let's jump into it, shall we?
Yeah. In my opinion, for this game, I think all eyes are going to be on Fate. The reason why I say that is he's going to have such a clear understanding of the enemy team's cooldowns to make his hook work, that if he doesn't do that, that Stitches pick is more or less going to be wasted. Because past level 13, Sonya will be able to Mystical Spear away. Sleepy Bear and Falstad's going to be able to just barrel roll away. Muradin can jump away. Ethics can dash to any of his teammates. Tassadar lives forever with Prescience, and you know, the Dimensional Warp is 16. So landing the hooks and really making them work is going to be pretty hard.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. It's just there's so many escapes on the other side, and I bet that's why they picked them. They know that they like Stitches. They didn't want to deal with getting stuck. But as we get started here, let's introduce these teams. On the left side, we have Sleepy Bear playing Falstad, Nesper on Sonya, Ethics on Karzim, Needham on Tassadar, and Percival playing Mirrodin.
Over on the right side, we got Psycom Esports. Tyranne is being played by Rebel. CDN is on Thrall. Prince is playing Zul. Stitches is being played by Fate, and Ayuda is going to be on Kael'thas.
Yep, and as we get started, I want to thank all you guys that have donated tonight. We are up to $479, and of course, I'm going to add 10% on top of that. And if you want to, Matcherino is also selling Soylent. It's a healthy food alternative. It's more like a milkshake consistency, but it's supposed to be super healthy for you. I'm actually considering buying some to see if it will help my weight loss goals, as I've lost a bunch of weight already, and I'd like to continue that trend. So go check out our Matcherino site as well.
Cool. Fate was already going fishing here in the middle lane on Percival, but again, Murden has a free ride out of any hook that he gets pulled into.
Yeah, that dwarf
the
toss.
chain stun combination is going to have to be absolutely perfect for them to get the most value out of it.
Yes, it is. Meanwhile, they're going 3-man top. They really want this building gone. It is not working out for them, though, especially since Falstad just got pulled in and stunned and then deleted. Nesper and Ethics honestly just need to leave.
Yeah, they need to cut their losses. Percival does show up here, and Prince is forward here. Not much health left. Fate's starting to back away here, too. Ethics making sure the rest of his team's going to be okay. But Prince, he's going to have to worry about his positioning there a little bit.
Yeah, he does have that Shade talent, I believe, which is going to help him. Yes, indeed, he does have the Shade. It's going to help him quite a bit in getting out of that damage, as right now Falstad is mostly attack damage and Sonya is as well, or auto attack damage rather, and so is Sonya.
It's a very smart pickup. I just feel he has to keep in mind that the only support they have on their team is Tyrande. So he's not going to have the luxury of an Ancestral Healing or a Divine Shield later on. He's really going to have to watch his position.
Yes, he will. These teams, both of them, pretty even so far. They do have the 1 kill up on the side of Psycom. Man, this game is just, both teams want this so bad. There is a lot of money on the line for this. Wow.
The stakes could not be higher for this game. This is, in a lot of ways, part of the finals for these teams. Whoever loses goes home. They're done for the whole tournament. So, tournament lives on the line. These teams want to show up.
Yes, and I've been talking to RFS a little bit during the week. They want this. They want it so bad. They kept asking me, like, what time does it start? When like, we just want to make sure we know what's going on. And I can't blame them. There's a lot here. So that first tribute is going to start to spawn. It is the last possible spawn timer. So we will see the teams start to move down here as we go. But I want to point out this top lane. Sleepy Bear needs to stay up here and apply pressure to Prince. Just make sure Prince can't kill these Siege Giants off. Let them get their work done, because he can just fly down.
Yeah, he can be there to get as much soak as possible, to get the most value out of the Siege camp, but should his team need him, he can leave Prince entirely in the dust and fly down and join the team.
Yep, so the opposite of what I said needs to happen happened. He did not. he went to fly down, and Prince just deleted those Siege Giants. It's a bit of a problem for him, but they did get the tribute, so it's not that big of a deal. Just some lost tower damage, really.
Yeah, I think that's a trade that RFS is more than fine with. It's going to pave the way for their first curse. Early tributes are always helpful on that front. We've seen what kind of swings are possible on this map in earlier matches tonight. Sleepy Bear and Prince again squaring off in the top lane, but Sleepy Bear has to back up. He doesn't have any more minions to soak this damage.
Yep, Nesper and Ethics are in trouble here. An Al went out. They saw what was going on. Yeah, the whole team showed up.
A sharp rotation from Psycom Esports. Nesper trying to spin the win to stay alive, but it's not going to be enough. He goes down. Sleepy Bear does fly in here to try to help his team out. The hook misses Ethics. I think if that got him, that could have been a kill.
Yeah, I feel like they wanted to fight that, but they just weren't prepared for it. And that means they're going to be a man down starting this tribute. And Ethics is pretty hurt as well. That's a problem. It's just a major problem. They're just going to have to give this tribute up, I think, because Psycom is already setting up. They're ready. They're ready to go. Yeah. They know what's going on. There's not really a reason for RFS to come in here and try and stop any of this.
I completely agree with you. And it looks like that's exactly what they are going to do. Sleepy Bear returning to the top lane. Iuta and Prince getting some value. This tower is going to go down. The other one's without shots. And you see the timing there from Psycom Esports. Yep. They are just reflexively shooting from the hip. The second they see that hook come out, they're throwing their stuns down, whether they know that the hook landed or not. I like that a lot.
Well, because if they wait, then they're not getting it. Like, if they wait, they're going to miss. Right. So putting it down right away was a very smart plan. We see pro teams do this all the time, and it's highly intelligent of them to make sure that they get those stuns, they get those gravity lapses, they get those roots, whatever it is. It puts so much pressure on the other team. So RFS has to miss. They can't get hit by a hook. If they do, they're in trouble. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, they're going to want to have eyes in the back of their head and keep a sharp eye on the mini-map to see where Stitches is, because the moment he's off the radar, he could be yanking you out of position.
Yes, he could.
Al
Speaking
comes
of that, we
across
just saw
here.
another one. It happened the same way the first one. So Sleepy Bear able to dodge a hook, though. RFS needs to get a kill.
And Nesper was poking at the back line here a little bit, but Fate is in position to do something about that. CDN lands the root on Percival. Nesper jumps in, gets cleansed out, because I think he would have went down otherwise. But we might have the first takedown here in CDN, Captain.
Yeah, we might. Fate is awfully low. Percival diving in hard. He wants that kill. He has it. Sleepy Bear very low, though. So is Ethics. Ethics going to go... Oh, my goodness.
He had like 65 health.
I thought he was dead.
Yeah, that owl would have been nice if it did land and get the kill there. But that is going to be the second tribute for RFS. Hair-raising team fight. Both of these teams are about to hit their heroics. So the next tribute fight definitely could chart the course for the mid-game.
Yes, indeed. This camp steal is still got to be frustrating. The fact that it stays red the entire time, man, that's some morale damage there.
At this level of play, mind games are almost as important, if not more important, than any technical play.
Yeah, I agree.
If you can frazzle your enemy or force them to be concerned about what you're doing, like Stitch's hooks, that gives you such a leg up in the later stages.
Yes, it does. Speaking of Stitch's hooks, Nesper is caught out of position here. Needham's probably going to bubble him, but Force Wall coming out. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Phoenix follow up. The Owl is there as well, but Needham is able to keep his teammate alive. I think that Force Wall was absolutely
On point.
integral
Yes.
to Nesper getting out of there.
Yes, it was. Unfortunately, it does spawn bottom again. I mean, they're in such a rough spot. Although Zool is moving down right away this time. Falstad going back for mana, and then it's going to fly in. They need to get something done here. RFS needs a kill. They need to pick up this tribute to get a curse. Then they'll be in a good position. Until then, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, and this is a heavy commitment from Cycom Esports because they're going to let that top siege camp push for free, but they have to because if RFS gets this, it's going to be their first curse of the game, and they're going to lose a lot more than what that siege camp
that
would do
wall,
otherwise.
yeah. Definitely, you make a good point there, and the hammering coming in to stop Rebel from picking that up, and we have an engaged Sunder coming out. The heal going down, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. That Poison Nova was massive, though. Palm coming out on Nesper, keeping him up. Is Fate going to go down? He's taking a lot of damage. Ethics not really able to keep everyone up. Nesper is going to go down here, but the shield saves him. Everyone is so low. Sleepy Bear needs to just leave. If an owl comes out, he is dead.
Yeah, that hook was crazy on Tassadar to secure that kill. Sleepy Bear manages to get out here with 115 health.
It's not a lot. An owl at this point does more damage than that. Hedwig is a vicious, vicious owl.
Oh, he can get you to Hogwarts, no problem.
Yeah. You don't pass go and you don't collect $200, though.
Prince does rotate up here to clear out the last member of the siege camp. Does have some skeletons pushing in that way as well. Stands get some value. The Bruiser camp gets picked up. RFS Gaming. And both of these teams just kind of soaking for 13, I feel.
Yep, they're going for boss. Oh, no, they just got spotted out by that owl. And they know there's only two of them there. And the tribute is spawning top. RFS just is giving this up. They can't afford to keep fighting it. This is not good for them. They have to fight a boss and for this tribute, and they can't let it go because it's a curse.
Yeah, this is some unfortunate timing for them. Nesper just missing the spear. Fate was out on the left side anticipating that part. That was the avenue that they were going to show up in, but it kind of gave the back line over to RFS. Percival doing a ton of damage to CDN. Future Bile doing a good amount of value, but the Lunar Flare almost securing the kill. The root follow-up. Ethics manages to stay alive. Still has his Divine Palm, though. Percival on the ropes. I think he might go down here, though.
That's okay. He does get the Divine Palm. He is able to stay in the fight. Stitches went down at some point there. I missed that, and it looks like CDN is going down as well. They could turn this team fight. They are turning this team fight. Prince solo.
This is a bloodbath. It's only Rebel left here. They're just going to chase him down, help themselves at his curse. But the boss went through the top fort, and RFS does have this bruiser camp pushing mid. So there's a lot of passive benefits for both teams out of this fight.
Yes, yes, indeed. Meanwhile, the other part that's important here is those death timers are awfully staggered. Their healer is not up for another 15 seconds.
Yeah, that's definitely something to keep in mind. They're going to have to be really careful about how they position themselves because the last thing that they want to do right now is further stagger these deaths out. And that team fight is another indicator of the risk sometimes when you go for solo support to Ronda. If they had Rhaegar there for ancestral healing, that could have been a whole different team fight.
Yes, and it probably would have been a different team fight. Although Psycom is spotting this out. Needham going to be out there. You need a force wall, dude.
Uses his Oracle, confirms the invasion attempt here, and this is going to be huge, Captain.
Yes, it is. If Nesper can live through this, he's going to be fine, but this fight is not going RFS's way.
Needham has next to no health. Sonya goes down even after the Divine Palm. Rebel really low on health, though. The support for Psycom Esports managed to stay alive. The boss gets stolen, Captain.
Yeah, that's a kill for nothing during this curse and boss in the bottom lane as well. You don't boss during curse. I know there wasn't a whole lot else they could do, but I never feel like boss during curse is a good plan. You're usually better off doing other things.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a mixed bag because they lose the boss. They did get some value out of the curse, though. I think the bottom fort was taken out during the curse. The middle fort definitely was. So, it's not the worst, but it's like they shot themselves in the foot by going for the boss there.
Yeah, they did. They did indeed, especially since it got... The moment that owl came through, they should have bailed. They should have just set up somewhere because they knew the other team was coming. Set up somewhere, let them come, get the jump on them. Instead, they kept fighting. And I don't feel like that was the right call to make.
I 100% agree. Looking at talents here, a couple things to point out that are really important. Toronto went for Overflowing Light, so that does address some of the concerns about having solo support to Ronda. Another thing that's really cool is at level 7, Zul went for Weaken, which increases the attack speed slow from 40% to 75%, and Sonya doesn't want to deal with that.
No, most of their team doesn't want to deal with that. Ethics doesn't want to deal with that. That is a huge problem for him.
Oh yeah, that's a really good point. I didn't even consider that much. That's going to get a ton of value, but the Dwarf Toss just barely keeping Percival alive. That was like less than a second.
Yeah, no, that was split-second thinking on Percival's part to Dwarf Toss out. Those unstoppable frames really helping him get out of that sticky situation. Wow, Sleepy Bear just barely not getting hit by that hook.
That hook pixels away from being a sure kill on Falstack because I think his barrel roll was already on cooldown.
Yes, it was. He had already used it to get out of the fight previously. RFS needs to get some kind of momentum here. They're keeping up. They're just never getting the momentum.
Well, they do have this going for them. In the top lane, they're going to get this top fort for free, courtesy of the Siege Camp. But this could also be big for Psycom Esports, because if they take this team fight and get this tribute, they'll have the curse.
Yes, they will indeed, and it looks like they might actually be able to do that. Percival going in, though, he does not care. He's on the wrong side of that force wall.
Yeah, he absolutely got pinned the wrong way by that force wall, but the Divine Palm getting used early, keeping him alive. Ethics gets hooked in the way out of position. The Mighty Gust does have a disengage, and I think RFS needs to just back out and give up this curse, which is a really tough call to make.
They're in a hard spot right now, especially with Ethics so injured. There's so much damage coming out. I don't know. Tassidar's in trouble up here, top 2. I don't know if he has prescience available or not.
Oh, Needham with the nice juke on the root, though. I would point that out. Nicely
Yes.
done there.
Very well done.
The top keep wall is almost a foregone conclusion. A hook just missing. Lunar Flare does come down. Iuda, he's going to want to be careful. He's at half health. Tyrande is there to heal him up. And has RFS forced him back?
Yeah, so there's a couple other things going on during this fight as well. Mainly, there's a Siege Camp top winning, and there's a Bruiser Camp mid also winning.
Yeah, that's what I would call a judo move, because you turn the movement and aggression of your enemy against them.
Yep,
They
and that's
almost
what I
kind
was
of
saying.
baited them to go for the top keep wall, and it's like, oh, meanwhile you're losing everything in the top and mid lane.
Yep,
So,
that momentum really helps, and Fate getting destroyed. Nesper able to live through the boss stuns, and wow, the whole team is here, pushing their damage dealers out, and the rest of their team is gonna go down. Prince in a world of hurt right now. They steal that boss. Prince going down. Ayuda, if he gets stunned or Rebel gets stunned, they're also going down. Ayuda out of the fight. So this is the turnaround they were looking for. This is exactly what they needed. Percival's just going to tank those hits. He doesn't care. He's going to take down this keep, and they are looking to go core.
yeah, they're wasting no time. They go through the small wall. They burn this the keep down. They don't even need to wait for the boss. They're just looking to end this right now, and I think that's a really smart call.
Yeah, Ethics taking lots of damage, though. Rebel, smart move on her part, putting that vulnerability on Ethics as the core is hitting him. And that's game 3 going to RFS. They are making it to our finals. Holy crap. What an amazing series by RFS and Psycom Esports.
One of the best sets I've ever casted, easily.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So fun to watch.
That was fantastic on both teams' part. I mean, except Kel'Thas apparently, because he did nothing according to my screen. I love that bug. That bug is the best bug. I don't
Big
even care if they
value.
never get rid of it.
Big value.
Yeah, all
Zeros.
zeros. Cross the board, zeros. It is the
confirmed.
best bug in the game. I'm just saying.
So, the theme of that particular map, throw pit.
Yeah. Oh
Both
yeah.
teams finding out what it's like to have their boss stolen and to have their teeth kicked in with a near wipe or a near ace. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Psycom Esports gambled hard on that boss call at the end of the curse. I feel like they completely telegraphed it by not showing. They retreat from the top keep wall, but they don't show themselves going for the siege camp or the bruiser camp. So where else are they gonna go?
Yeah.
But the boss.
See, and that's one of the things that at that level you got to send somebody to some other lane. Because usually if you see somebody in a lane, you start thinking, okay, well, they're probably not going boss with 3, right? Like, that doesn't make sense. But you do it. Then you just go boss with 3 while 2 other people are in lanes, and you just get the boss. And typically, the other team won't think anything of it. Now, would RFS? I don't know. They're fairly aggressive. They have good shot calls, so maybe they would have thought, hey, no, they're at boss. We know they're there. It's only 3 of them. Let's go get them. But it could have also gone the other way. It was interesting. That fight definitely lost them the match. I think if they would have bailed on boss, let RFS pick up the boss, that's fine. We still have 5 men up. We can fight them at the front of our buildings. I think that would have worked out
if
better.
anything, they could have, tried to set up like a party bush, just hang out by the boss and wait for RFS to show up. That way, they're not eating damage from the tank itself or from the boss itself. It's just a wild call. I think
Yes.
sometimes in shot calling, a question that you always ask yourself is, what do I get out of this call? But I think sometimes in these panicked or rush situations, a question that isn't asked is, what could I lose out of this? Because the benefits of a boss that late in the game are obvious and apparent. But what might not have been immediately apparent to Psycom Esports is what could have happened if they lose 4 of their heroes and that boss.
That's true, and it turns out what happened is they lost.
Right.
That's-
and the answer to that is you lose your core.
You end up losing the game. Yeah, that's a major issue, turns out. So we'll see. I mean, there is a game for 3rd and 4th place. Whether they decide they actually want to play it or not is up to them. It's 10 o'clock in Central Time, so if they're on Eastern, it's already 11. I would understand if they decided, you know what, we're just not going to play. Don't worry about it. But we do have the finals. It is RFS versus the Gentlemen. We're going to get that started momentarily. But before that, I want to mention there are a couple of events coming up, turns out, this week. On let's see. On Wednesday is Heroes Hype, of course. On Thursdays is NexARAMas. That is our ARAM tournament right here. You can get involved in that by putting an exclamation point NexARAMas. It'll take you to the sign-up page. There is on Friday Divergent Gaming. I don't think there's anything Saturday. And then Sunday, we're starting our next season of NexVerse. So if you want to get involved in that, you can be a free agent, you can be a team, it doesn't matter. You can sign up by putting in exclamation point NexVerse, and it will give you the link to the sign-up page, to the Battlefy page for that week's tournament, and you can get signed up. We'd love to see you guys come out, join the group, play some games, have some fun, and maybe get into the finals for your chance to win all this sweet, sweet cash that's on the line.
Yeah, if you're like me and you love high-level competitive play and you want to take part in that, what better place than NexVerse? This set is a prime example of the high level of play, redefining the word amateur, in my opinion. Because this is an amateur tournament, but you look at the level of precision that these teams are putting together.
It's crazy. It is insane how good they are. And yet, these are the amateurs. Really? That's just
I mean, in general, I think
is.
the line between pro and amateur is really starting to blur. Like, Tempo Storm's looking human. C9 is definitely struggling.
Today, I was concerned for C9. They were playing a match, and I was like, are they going to lose? Because they were getting their butts handed to them.
So if I was, an aspiring amateur competitive player, that would inspire me to try that much harder because it's within grasp. It is totally within grasp to break into that professional level scene and start attracting sponsors.
Yes, indeed it is. Man, you guys, we're up to $484. Thank you guys so much for donating to our Matcherino. You can put in an exclamation point Matcherino and donate to that. You can give us a free $1 by clicking donate and then putting in the code word NexVerse2. And that gives us a free $1 into our prize pool. I will match the prize pool 10%. So go put some money in there so that we can get the over $500 for these guys. Actually, we're already over $500 as it stands. But, the more they get, the better they are, better off they are, so that they can start trying to do this full time. While you're there, though, we are selling a couple of things. The gunner glasses are already sold out. Sorry about that. We only had 2 pairs of those, and they went very fast. On the other side, though, we have Soylent. It comes in ready-to-drink 400 kilocalorie bottles. It's 12 bottles per case. It normally sells for $34. We're selling it for $20. It's a healthy alternative food style drink, I guess. We talked to them, and they said, we're like, is it a drink? And they're like, well, yeah, but it's also a food. And we're like, okay. So I imagine, I've been told that it has the consistency of a milkshake, which works for me. I like milkshakes. I've never had a texture problem with them. So, if you're trying to get on a healthier kick, go ahead and do that. Pick some of those up. They're $20 for 12 bottles. That seems really cheap.
Not bad at all.
And the bottles, they look pretty good size. I mean, they're like this big, like a water bottle. So, I mean, I don't know. I might buy one of those.
Give it a try.
Give it a shot. I mean, worst case scenario, I don't like it. Whoop-de-doo. All right. I'm okay with that. I'm a gambling man. I'll take that bet. So, one team is here. RFS is here, waiting on the gentleman to ready up, and then we're going to get into this game. Man, I am so excited for this. This is our finals. This is nuts.
If RFS continues to play this way, the gentlemen are really going to have their work cut out for them. The gentlemen specifically aren't a team that I've seen too much, not nearly as much as I've seen like RFS or Psycom Esports. But by virtue of them being here in the finals alone, I should say to anyone that they deserve to be here. They didn't just show up randomly. So I definitely expect to see this team perform well and give RFS a real run for their money.
Yeah, I expect so as well. Sorry, I'm trying to tweet this out real quick. They are in the map bans right now. I sent you that link, right? I didn't fail to do that. Okay, cool. Gotta make
Actually,
sure.
Nesper sent it to me too.
Oh, sweet. All right, cool. We're all set then. Good news is Sky Temple's out. We've already seen that. Dragonshire's out. We saw that once tonight. I'm hoping we get a Tomb of the Spider Queen or a Battlefield of Eternity. I guess we're not getting Tomb. Okay.
Well, Battlefield of Eternity, Infernal Shrines. We haven't seen Battlefield of Eternity yet. We've seen quite a bit in Infernal Shrines. My favorite map in competitive play, so I wouldn't be, too upset over that. But I do like Battlefield of Eternity because it changes the way you draft and approach the game.
Yep, I agree. I really like that map. There's a lot of very good tactics you can use. We're going to get Infernal Shrines. Most people like Infernal Shrines. I understand. There are awesome tactics that you can use on Battlefield of Eternity that just it's such a different system. I love it. Meanwhile, we're getting into the draft. Here you go, team. Another Illidan ban immediately. It's like, Nesper, nope.
The word is out. The word is out. Nesper plays Illidan sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, and not only does he play it, but he is the most aggressive person I have ever seen, ever.
Not surprised to see that ban. RFS takes Zul off the table. Tassadar gets picked up. Gentlemen have already selected Tyrande and are going to help themselves to Kael'thas as well. Strong heroes all around. RFS has positioned themselves to go double support. They could pair it with double warrior and go for that barroom brawl style of team fighting that worked for them last game. And it looks like that's what they're doing. They went for Sonya Merkin again.
And the other thing I'd like to point out is while Mirrodin doesn't have a whole lot of wave clear, Sonya and Tassadar do, and wave clear is very important on this map as you fight the Guardians on those shrines. You want to kill as many as possible to make sure that you're getting that Punisher and your opponents aren't, because they can have 39 Guardian kills. If you get 40 before they do, they get nothing. So wave clear is very important.
Absolutely. Second round of ban phase comes in here. The gentlemen start eating into their time pool a little bit. 45 seconds or so to go before they have to take someone off the board. Looking at the compositions, it's kind of hard to say what direction you go for. RFS is almost guaranteed to be going dual support here. So do you want to take like a Rhaegar or Uther off the table? They obviously have enough of a front line, but it looks like they're going to ban out Li Ming.
Yeah, again, Li Ming is still very strong, and while most people don't like her on this map, I can understand why they would ban her out. She still does tons of damage during those fights, so you just don't want to deal with that damage from that far range that she has.
Oh yeah, I mean Li Ming against two relatively squishy heroes like Kael'thas and Tyrande, the cooldown resets. It's pretty much like playing checkers, where like you jump over like 3 people in a row and just take them all out at once.
Yep.
I wouldn't want to deal with that. So,
Nobody ever does. Nobody ever does. The gentleman looking to pick up Uther here. I like that pickup. Uther, he's so generic. That's the only thing I don't like about him. He's very generic, but does he have a good kit. His healing and his support abilities are fantastic, even though most of them are just talents that, those generic talents he specs into, but he gives him so much.
I completely agree. One of the things that's always fascinating to me about Uther specifically is that as generic as his kit is, I feel he's one of the most high skill cap supports in the game just by virtue of his long cooldowns.
Yes.
You have to effectively manage not only your cooldowns, but understanding when to use them, who to not top off in terms of health, who to leave, in a potentially dangerous spot. And it can be tough.
It can indeed. I've played him. I started playing him a little bit recently. I'm not a support player. My supports are like Tyrande. I'll play Tyrande and Tass. Give me the pseudo supports and I'm good. Mm-hmm. But I started playing Uther recently, and it was just like, how do you keep up with all these buttons? And while keeping up with all these buttons, you also have to pay attention to, do I actually need to de-shield that guy or not? And we've seen this tournament mistakes made on that. even at this high level of play, people don't know whether they should de-shield that person or not. And then they die. It happens.
I would point out here. So I was looking at Twitter. Sleepy Bear sent out a tweet, said, "Almost time for my casting couch interview."
Of course.
Looking forward to this great business opportunity.
Yikes.
RFS, you're 2 games away, buddy.
Yeah, at least. Possibly 3.
That's awesome.
It is awesome
let's not
indeed.
get Sylvanas, though. We've seen what they can do with that hero all night. Amazing hero in general. One more hero to go, and Ethics gets his Karazim again.
He loves that Karazim. I mean, that's just it is his. I'm pretty sure I can say this, and nobody get mad. It is his favorite support character. The gentleman going to pick up Johanna, of course. JoJo there, really the only person left. I mean, you could go Dahaka. Their team doesn't stack well with Dahaka, not particularly well. That would give them 2 globals, but you know, I feel like Johanna is the better, more standard pickup.
Yeah, I would agree there. I mean, Johanna gets so much value when Knight takes pawn on Infernal Shrines that it's really hard to let her go in this situation. I would choose her over Daka. In this case, with these compositions, 100% of the time.
Yep, I agree. It's just it can be so rough trying to get all that working together with Dahaka in there as well. So we're gonna get into the lobby here in just a second. Man, finals, dude. Best of 3 finals. This is it. There's over $500 worth of prize money on the line right now.
These teams have been showing up week in and week out to get to this very moment. One of these teams are going to come away champions, $500 cash pool, more than.
Yep, we're over. We are over $500 right now in the prize pool. 70% goes to whoever wins 2 out of 3 games here. The rest of that goes to the second place. That's still a huge chunk.
Yeah. Definitely going to inspire these teams to play as hard as they can. They didn't come this far.
We're already
win.
We're already at over $350 to the winners.
That's awesome.
That is nuts.
And that's a testament to the interest that the community has in the amateur scene. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, that's over $70 a person on that team. Thank you guys for going to Matcherino, for donating that free dollar. That's awesome. That gives these guys a reason to really show their stuff, because on other times it's not, you know, in our weekly tournaments they're playing to win, sure, but there's no prize pool. There's nothing, you know, a super awesome, like, oh, we get loot or we get cash or we get Blizzard bucks or whatever. It doesn't happen. They're just playing for points, and then they show up here, and now there's over $500 worth of prize money on the line. That is incredible. And for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, above me it says 485. I'm adding 10% of whatever that number says at the end of tonight.
Very commendable. I'm sure the winners of the tournament are most certainly going to appreciate it.
Oh, I'm sure as well. So we'll see who those people are. They'll be quite happy with their over $70. So
yeah, 10 out of 10 players are ready. We're about to jump into game 1 of the championship set.
That Nesper is asking the other team not to ban Illidan next game.
Don't ban Illidan next game,
love
please.
it. Stubborn Mule said, yeah, only if we get him. Nice. Good work, team. We're getting into the game here. And, of course, they can't stay on their sides. So we are going to fix that up real quick. This is going to be a hell of a match.
Oh, yeah. Almost loaded up here.
Alrighty, all fixed. Let's get into this game, shall we? On the left side, we have our team that has battled their way through the lower brackets to meet RFS in this finals. We have the Gentlemen with Stubborn Mule playing Falstad, Gaspar on Uther, Saturnine on Kael'thas, Sadat playing Tyrande, and Shenmeister on Johanna.
Over on the right side, we got RFS. Ethics again is on Karazim. Nesper's on Sonya. Percival's playing Murden. Tassidar's being played by Needham. And Sleepy Bear's on Sylvanas.
This match, the owl already coming out. Is it going to connect? No, it is not. No damage for you, Tyrande.
It does alert them that they are rotating up there. I really love that it was a diagonal owl that shows them where they're going across the map.
Very smart plan. They know RFS likes to do this. They know they have a Sylvanas. They just rotate up and stop it in its tracks.
Yeah, Lunar Flare, Hunter's Mark out on Nesper. Sleepy Bear just able to get away with his Haunting Wave. Chain Bomb does take him down really low. And I think this moment in and of itself is the invitation to the finals for RFS. The response from the Gentlemen is much more pointed than what they've been seeing earlier.
Yes, it is indeed. Shenmeister taking a lot of damage here, actually. But an Empowered Gravity Lapse is going to lift up a couple of people to make sure that damage stops.
Yeah, Saturnine's timing on that was absolutely flawless to get all three members of RFS to help his teammate get out of there. Really cool stuff.
Yeah, very well done. You can tell that these players know exactly what they're doing. Man, this is going to be awesome. I'm so excited. I'm sorry. Stubborn Mule up here going up against Nesper. Nesper, it's a fine matchup. He's going to have a little bit of trouble. Percival kind of stuck out here in the middle of three enemies. Not the best place for him, but he hasn't taken really any damage yet, so it must not be going too poorly.
Yeah, he's going to be able to hang out there for a while. One thing, I'm looking at the level 1 talents, and I have a question. Mercenary Queen was picked up for Sylvanas. Is that going to empower the Punisher?
So, I don't know if it works on the Punisher, but we saw them take this earlier today when they played against Tempo Storm. Sleepy Bear, as in the words of Inverum, just kind of doing his own thing. Which is fine. We've seen that his own thing works pretty well. Can't argue with results. So hopefully that works a little better for them here than it did against Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm shut it down pretty hard. So all in all, I don't have any answers. I don't think it works. I think it's a monster. I don't think it counts as a mercenary.
Yeah, I would have to do some specific testing. It'd be a very interesting talent if it did. But RFS has positioned themselves well here so far with 25 out of 40 already. The Owl comes across. Percival out front. Does use his Dwarf Toss to try to get on Saturn 9 here. But Gaspar is right there with a nice heal.
Yeah, Percival getting a little low. He needs to kind of get out of there, especially since their only real healer right now is Ethics. Needham will be able to help that out later when he gets Kala's Embrace and Leeching Plasma, but until then, not getting a whole lot done.
I like the call from the Gentlemen to back up here. They got a sense of how it would go. The Frozen Punisher was pretty much going to go over to RFS one way or the other, so you don't want to give them even more by getting some takedowns there.
That is true. They're now soaking the top lane, not the mid lane. Percival is there, though. RFS is going to dive in here. They want Saturnine. He is so low, but not able to get that kill. They're going to shut down these buildings for a little bit, hopefully get that Punisher to live a little bit longer. That's Sylvanas. Her power on this map is crazy strong. Just she offers so much.
Yeah, we've seen her maximize value out of these Punishers all night. One thing I would point out here is Saturn 9's Kael'thas is very cheeky. He has no problem hanging out in that front line. He hasn't gotten taken out yet, but
he
does
like it, yes. That has caused problems for him in the past, though, so we'll see just how well he does against that. Hey, TBK Zord, welcome to the chat. Haven't talked to you in a while, man. Hope things are going well.
See Baba Booey in there. Jay, how's going on, guys?
Oh, but I did not even see that green. Just did not stand out to me at all. Hey, guys. This is the final, so if you want to donate some money to the winning team, do it now.
Very true. Interesting couple of talent picks here. Falstad went for Season Marksman, so I think that's going to change the way he approaches soaking a little bit. He should try to rotate between lanes to get the most value out of that. But at level 4, he also picked up Charged Up.
Yes.
Which is a rare talent to see for Falstad.
Yeah, that was my thought, because usually when you go Season Marksman, you go for Power Throw. And then at level 7, you go for Secret Weapon just to get that extra damage. However, they are changing that. That damage is going to be lessened soon. So maybe he's trying to get in the habit of not picking that because it's not going to be as good soon.
It could be a curious time to do it, the finals, but a big engagement here in the middle lane. Sleepy Bear just getting away with a scrap.
Oh, no!
Or is he?
Oh, Ethics passed on the chain bomb.
Ouch. A rough turn of events for RFS Gaming. Right as this shrine comes up, they're going to be down Sylvanas for another 7 seconds or so, and she's got the ride all the way over here. Saturnine's going to start the shrine up, and they're going to try to make the best of this advantage while they can.
Yeah, they should. They absolutely should. This is perfect for them. It's if they want it to be, it's a 4v5 in their favor. That's pretty good. However, right now it's a 3v4 not in their favor. Percival finally coming in. Stubborn Mule jumping down too. Sleepy Bear is here. Taranda's on her way, but she's not here yet.
She does show up finally here, so we do have all hands on deck. The Lunar Flare actually lands on 2 people. Nice stun follow-up from Uther on the Nesper. He's going to start backing away. Percival less than half health.
Shedmeister, though.
1-for-1 immediate turnaround on Tyrande and Sylvanas. Gentlemen getting pushed back here, and I think are they going to look to jump back into this?
Yes, Kael'thas Overstate is welcome. They need to save Saturnine. I'm not sure they're going to be able to, though. They are. They're not. 2 more kills. Uther and Saturnine, and Shenmeister might go down here, too. I'm not sure what he's got left, but Ghost Uther, the best healer in the game, is there to make sure that everyone gets out alive. Everyone that's left gets out alive.
The light abandons no man. I was surprised these Shinmeister try to take the scenic route to go all the way around and then cut back, no less. I guess.
After Percival jumped over him, he didn't really have much of an option. So you kind of just have to go whichever way there's not an enemy.
But this is pretty much the best case scenario for RFS. They have their heroic talents. They have that small window going for them. They're about to get the second Punisher of the game, and they have Sylvanas up, ready to go. She's rotating up to the mid lane, and I think this middle fort's going to go down, Captain.
It probably is. They have their heroics, but the gentleman is going to get theirs in just a second as well. Nesper popping his heroic to go in. Shenmeister taking tons of damage. Phoenix and Starfall on top of each other, just dishing out damage to RFS here. That is a major problem. Nesper going to go down, I imagine, but a 5-man stun by John Cena.
And his name is John Cena. I really love that Mighty Gust from Stubborn Mule.
Wow.
That isolated Nesper so hard, but Ethics was able to come up there and put the Divine Pummelment on him anyway to get out.
Yep.
And I think that's just a testament to the skill that both of these teams are showing in the
Yeah,
final.
had John Cena not got a 5-man stun there, I think Nesper would have been dead.
John Cena, you the real MVP, bro.
Yeah, heck, yeah. Somebody capture that, please, because that was that was a better stun than I've seen players do. Like pro players. Like we have seen pro players miss things like leap. Like, wow, that was incredible. Speaking of incredible things, Sleepy Bear is incredibly out of position here. But Ethics coming down to try and help. That's going to be a stun immediately. But the cleanse coming in on Sleepy Bear. Ethics trying to keep Sleepy Bear up. I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Palm goes down.
Divine Palm, it does get procced. So he is going to be able to stay alive here. But I think the gentleman might not like how this is going to go. Gasper has to use a Divine Shield to get out of here. Saturn 9 lifting Sleepy Bear off his feet. The Chain Bomb getting some value on the spread there. And I think both teams are just breathing a sigh of relief right now.
Yeah, Gaspar, I wasn't sure he was going to make it out, but that quick Alt-R got him out alive. He may not want to back there. The team is coming.
Yeah, he should just mount up and try to get out of there the good old-fashioned way. Bottom fort
indeed.
does go down. So that's 2 forts down on the side of Gentleman. Siege Camp is pressuring the top lane. Murden and Falstead. Or no, the Siege Camp's in the middle lane.
Right, but Mirrodin and Falstad in the top lane just kind of duking it out over these kills. Falstad's build is weird.
I can say with certainty that I've never seen this build. I'm not entirely sure where he's going
Me
with
neither.
it.
Yeah,
At 13, isn't there a talent that makes the W do more damage each time it hits?
Yeah, as you get more consecutive hits, it builds up damage. I don't imagine he'll take that. I mean, with what he's got, he'd probably take up Static Shield, just to get that extra health there. That shield.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a really
there's an
weird
argument for both, but if you have double support and you need that, then something's off.
Well, what's off is RFS has just been blowing them up.
A fair point. RFS does have the tier advantage. They're already 21 defenders up, 23 and counting. They're well on their way to getting another Punisher. Going to be able to maximize their use with Sylvanas. And I feel like the gentlemen just need to try to get 13, and they're not going to do anything about this Punisher.
No, they can't. They're going to go in at a weird angle here. Sonya could be in trouble here. Nesper is in the backline getting stunned down really hard, but Divine Palm goes off. He's back in this fight. Stubborn Mule is in trouble.
Ooh,
Wailing Arrow
Wailing
coming
Arrow.
out.
4 out of 5 ain't bad.
No, it is not.
Gentlemen. Oh, the screen door gets slammed and shit right in Gaspar's face with a nice force wall. But Ethics tipping his hat with the perfectly timed Divine Palm says, hey, I'm on Karazim. I can do it.
Yep, I expect Ethics to take the level 20 upgrade here. He loves that upgrade. It lets him just spam out Divine Palm. It's so funny to watch. But this fight is not looking like it's going the way of the gentleman, even though they're fighting under buildings.
Yeah, well, I mean, keep in mind, Sylvanas is doing their job and locking it down. The force wall with the John Cena. Oops.
So much work getting done by John Cena today. The real MVP today, like you said earlier, is indeed John Cena.
I mean, 6-man award goes to John Cena for RFS tonight.
Yeah, yes, it does. That is for sure. He has that 5-man stunt. I still cannot. It was so good.
That was heroic. Shinmeister
It saved Nesper.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Shinmeister being a little cheeky out here. The rest of his team does show up. And the gentleman, you know, it could have been a lot worse. I was concerned for them trying to turn back into that fight. They weren't yet level 13, so I was like, if they get aced here, they might be losing their keep.
Yeah. If they got ace, they were definitely losing their keep with the Sylvanas on board. Shedmeister could be in some trouble. Bunch of heroics being popped, though, for this. And not a lot of work being done.
Team's committing, throwing the Phoenix out. Not too much effect, though. Nesper hanging out front. Going
Wailing
full hand
Arrow.
yellow as he does best. Uther does go down. The Ghost is going to be up for a few more seconds, but Johanna absolutely explodes. Stubborn Mule does have his Mighty Gust, and I feel like he could have used that a little sooner to save some of his teammates. And Tyrande goes down, too.
Yeah, they got nothing out of that fight. They lost 3. They burned a bunch of heroics. Nothing. They gained nothing. That hurts a lot. That is a talent tier up for RFS. They are just rocking this game.
Very impressive stuff so far. So, adding more confusion to talent choices, that goes for Giant Killer.
I mean, okay, I get that one. They have, you know, a Muradin and a Sonya both have pretty decent health pools. Ethics on that Karazim doesn't have a bad health pool either. Tassadar's isn't too small. Sylvanas is pretty small, so I get that. But no power throw and no secret weapon doesn't make sense to me if you're going for that auto attack build.
Right. It just seems schizophrenic to me. Like, just conflicting ideas.
Yep.
I'm curious to see where he's going with it. I'm not seeing the value of this build, personally. Shrine is going to be up here. But this is a brutal spot for the gentlemen. They are a full level away from being on even talent tiers. And it looks like they're going to try to force this issue anyway.
Yeah, they're coming in with a weird flanking position, hoping to get into the backline, but Uther is just taking stuns. It's never a place where you want your Uther. Saturnine in trouble. Wailing Arrow comes out. D-Shield having to be popped. Wow. Okay, Sleepy Bear jumped right back in, only to get blown up, but Divine Palm comes out. Shenmeister in a world of hurt. Saturnine also may not get out of this. If Force Wall's up, Saturnine's dead.
Yeah, here comes the Force Wall. It's going to just absolutely shred any hope.
There
it is.
Sadat in trouble, going down. And the only person left, Stubborn Mule, taking damage. Oh, that was a good good juke on his part. But it's not going to be enough. RFS is just going to tear down this wall, like Mr. Gorgovich, and while Sonya's getting the shrine. Like,
Stubborn Mule proving that he's a travel agent. Get you free tickets to Juke City, no problem. But like you said at the beginning of that shrine phase, that positioning and that flank was so bizarre because it was such a heavy commitment that your back line is not getting out of there alive. You're either winning that fight or you're losing it horribly.
Mm-hmm. You are exactly right. Speaking of losing it, Divine Palm comes out once again. Ethics is just on point with these all night. Nesper doing tons of damage to Stubborn Mule.
Yeah, there has to be a smile on Ethics' face. He's getting such value out of this Divine Palm. He's looking like a rock star tonight.
Yeah, he is.
Punisher's coming in here. Mortar Punisher, not the biggest concern. If it was an Arcane, it'd be that much worse. But Stubborn Mule barrel rolls away, almost goes down. Percival out front with low health. The Divine Palm is not off a cooldown yet, and that's actually going to be a 1-for-1 takedown.
Yep, I think it's time for RFS to leave. Let John Cena do his work. Just get out of there. Wow, Needham, that was close. Whew. Let John Cena
edge out here.
Yeah, let John Cena do some damage. Back up, get some camps, put map pressure on. Just be as annoying as possible at this point.
Yeah.
And they're good to go. Needham, worried about that owl hitting him, just hits E. Just, nope, we're not dealing with it. I'll just heal up, thanks.
Sensational shot calling from RFS. I love this. I call this residual pressure. You push in the middle lane, you get the keep, and you use the Punisher to buy yourself time to take their bruiser camp. That not only denies them the potential to have pressure, but then it gives you all the time in the world to get your own bruiser camp. And it's just painting the map red, and it's just stifling the chances of the gentleman to get back into this game.
Yes, it is. RFS is almost at level 20. The gentleman is barely to level 17. I mean, this is not good. They need to pick a fight right now, though, which is exactly what they're doing. They're hoping to kill Sleepy Bear. It looks like they might get it. Ethics in trouble. Divine Palms himself. It goes off.
Just procking the Divine Palm. Saturn on Tyranda's in trouble, though. So is Saturn 9.
If Percival has a jump, that's it.
Divine Shield comes out, but I think it's just delaying the inevitable here. That's going to be Kael'Thas. Gaspar's on the ropes. He goes down. Shinmeister. Nice jump from Percival. And that screen door slams yet again.
Yes, it does. They're just going to go... I'm not sure if they can go core with how low Nesper is, but I don't see why you wouldn't try it.
Oh, he could for sure do it because he has war.
Oh, he's healing up. Yeah, okay. No, he's good.
Healing. Yeah, he's.
No, that's it. This is going to be game number 1, going over to RFS. And now that they have their level 20 talents too, they're not concerned about it at all. So, game 1 to RFS. Excellent game on both sides. That was kind of a stomp on RFS's part. No buildings down, nothing really hurting them. 17 kills to 3. The gentlemen need to bounce back after this one.
Yeah, they kind of got their bell rung on that one. They're going to want to really regroup to an extent, forget that game, really try to clean the slate, and just come back strong for game 2. But I would say this. They might need to consider banning out Karazim.
Yeah.
Ethics, his Divine Palms. So
they're so clutch.
Uther got 45,000 healing, right? Tyrande got 20. Ethics got 95,000 healing.
Wow.
What?
Talk about silly strong healing there. That's incredible.
I don't know, man. I think there's a strong argument for banning out Ethics' Karazim. But then you open the door to Nesper's Illidan. So it's just like they got their work cut out for them. They really do.
Yes, indeed. I'm trying to read up chat. Apparently, we're talking about apparently good players, good Kerrigan players like Nightmare or like Equinox rather, keep Kerrigan from getting buffed. Hear that? It's all your fault. All of it. I mean, we talked about this earlier. Kerrigan and Tyrael are in places where really good players just make them look crazy strong. Everybody else makes them look like you might as well be walking around as a piece of wet paper. That's what it comes down to. It is crazy how that works, but that's it. And it's sad for sure, just because you want to see those heroes be strong all around. I'd love it if I could play Kerrigan and not just die, because I really enjoy her play style. I'm not that good at her. It doesn't give me enough. So that's
Have a heart, Equinox. Have a heart. Let Kerrigan get buffed, man.
Yeah, just
do it.
lose a couple of times on her if you would. If you just like go into a game, pick her, and just be like, I don't know what's going on, and maybe we'll get a buff.
Think of the kids. Think of the kids.
Think of the kids. All right, that's fair. All right, so wow, oh crap, I owe a lot more money. So we're up to $525.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of
That
people.
coin purse, Captain.
Yeah, thanks. Dang it, team. Alrighty, so yeah, we're up to $525. If you guys want to increase that any more, you can put in !Matcherino and take that link, click donate, put in the code word NexVerse2, and it will donate a free $1 to us. You're also welcome to donate your own money. That's nice as well. But at the end of the night, I am going to add 10% of whatever we put in here to the prize pool. So if we get up to $600, I'm adding 60. If we get up to $700, I'm adding 70. I'm capping it out at 100. If we go over 1,000, you're still only getting 100 out of me. I'm too poor for that. So I got it. I'm going to Burbank in 3 weeks. I need money for food.
There's some chatter about Karazim. Ethics said Karazim every game. I'll first pick it.
Yeah, I mean, he's
telling you,
so
the
good.
gentlemen, they have to consider banning out Karazim. They just have to.
Yeah, the problem they have with that is Ethics does fine on other healers too. It's not a problem. Like that's.
I mean, I'm not Ethics is more than proficient on a range of support heroes. But it's more so that when you look at these team fights, Divine Palm has been absolutely backbreaking in these team fights.
Yep.
The Divine Palm saves whoever the burst target is of the gentleman, and then by then, Nesper is about rip your face off.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
You just have to run for your life.
Yep. I sent you the draft link. We are on Battlefield of Eternity. I really wanted to see this map tonight, especially with this group of players. I think it's fantastic. The gentleman immediately banning Illidan. Oh my goodness.
Okay. So maybe the gentlemen take Karazim here.
I don't know. It's interesting. They can't first pick it. It's too easy to get rid of Karazim to counter him. So I understand why nobody first picks him. He's usually a late game pick because literally a blind or any auto attack slows kill him. Like his healing just goes away. He's got Palm left and that's it.
On paper, I 100% agree with you. It's just there's something about Ethics on Karazim that's just been a very different story.
Yes,
it's just making Karazim look broken.
Here's the thing: I expect them to second ban Karazim. If they second ban Karazim, then I'm okay with it. I get it. But the first ban, I'm much more afraid of Illidan than I am of Karazim.
That's fair.
Like,
especially on a map like Battlefield of Eternity, those are just the nature of how you approach drafting. Illidan's a very strong hero. I would not be surprised to see RFS pick up Tyrande here before going into the second ban phase because her ability to Hunter's Mark the Immortal, very effective.
Yeah, that's true. The Hunter's Mark does so much work on this, especially if you have good sustained damage. That, man, the amount, like, a Raynor with a Tyrande on this map, Raynor is one of those heroes that people are like, no, he's not good. Like, he's fine, but he's not great. So if you pick him up with Tyrande on this map, the Immortal just melts. Or Tychus on this map with a Raynor, it just melts. It's gone. It doesn't matter. And RFS is already looking at Tyrande. But they're digging into their time pool quite a bit here.
Yeah, they're really thinking about what they want to do here. When you're the second pick, it's always a struggle because you only get 2 picks, and then you're going into the ban phase again. So you really have to position yourself well going into that. And it looks like they're going to instead prioritize Tassadar.
Yeah.
Tassidar's good.
So it looks like I'm being told. Thanks, admins. I would not have caught this. I'm being told that we already have 2 cases of Soylent sold. So
Wow.
thank you, a Peppy. If that's how you say that, I'm sorry, I just butchered your name. So yeah, what this stuff is, for those of you that don't know, it's a healthy alternative food. It's like a milkshake type of drink, but it's got all the stuff you need in it for a healthy drink. It's a drink, but it's a food. It's that kind of thing, right? It's milkshake consistency. It's supposedly, I've been told, it's super healthy for you. I've never had any, so I can't really make that claim. I'm thinking about having some. We're selling them for $20 for 12 bottles. The bottles look pretty good size. Pick it up.
Yeah, you might want to decide to do that sooner
I
rather
know
than later, 'cause
they're going to run out.
Yeah. Don't want to miss the boat there. Murden gets picked up for the gentleman, hovering over Thrall as well. And the gentlemen have a very strong composition so far. Like, that's pretty much god tier to get these 3 heroes.
Yes. I mean, they're all number 1 in their class. Kael'thas is the number 1 mage. Thrall is the number 1 melee assassin. Mirrodin right now is number 1 warrior. So that is a lineup that is tough to counter. And they all do well on this map. That's the thing, is Kael'thas has a lot of burst damage, but if you take Sun King's Fury, he also has a lot of sustained damage as well. Man, RFS, their time pool is down to 2 seconds. They are struggling to choose heroes here.
Yeah, they're definitely picking and choosing their battles. And the gentlemen ban out ETC. And what I was actually going to say, I think a really strong ban here would have been Sylvanas. Sylvanas has been doing all kinds of work for RFS all night. And when you have a hero like Tassadar on your team, I don't know. I just feel like Sylvanas has been a really strong ban for the gentleman. I mean, I get why you would ban ETC. That's always a strong option to go for. But RFS has been showing why you might want to start considering some targeted bans rather than just meta-conscious bans.
Yeah, definitely. Fane Flynn, thanks for donating $25, man. That's fantastic.
Wow.
So we're up to 550 plus my 55. We are over $600.
Wow.
Yes, we are over $600 right now for the prize pool here. That is insane. Wow. Let's get back to the draft. Sorry. Yeah, so Uther and Greymane picked up. Greymane, people keep saying he's dead, and they keep saying it incorrectly. I don't know why. I do not understand why. I mean, in my head, he was always the melee assassin anyway. He was the guy that, yeah, I'll shoot you a couple of times, but when I turn into a Worgen, you're just dead. And it works, and that's where honestly, I felt like his Q build was too strong. You never chose anything else. I like the Worgen build much more. The Q build was too safe. You could do it from a distance. You had tons of damage. Now you have to get in there and mix it up and be in their faces to get anything done. And I think that's fantastic. So, with an Uther, though, and a Tassadar, that makes him makes that decision a much safer choice.
He's going to be completely enabled by this double support lineup. Gentlemen do lock in Falstad. So I mean, they pretty much have an all-star cast.
Yeah, they do.
For their composition. And the Tyrael pickup.
I like it. I don't know why, but I like it. I think I just like Tyrael. I think that's what it boils down to, is I just like Tyrael. This is going to be fantastic. This match could be the last match. It all depends on whether or not RFS wins. If RFS wins, that is it. They get the whole prize pool, which right now is quite significant. Or not the whole prize pool. They get 70% of the prize pool. Sorry. It right now is quite significant. Dang, this is going to be awesome. Just as a reminder, you can help donate. It's fantastic. You can go to Matcherino. I'm seeing people put it in chat already. Code word is NexVerse2. And also, as a reminder, if you want to follow us, I am Captain Cardone. I handle pretty much all the amateur casters for all the major, actually, I think for all the amateur tournaments, except maybe Viper Tech. I don't have them. So I handle the casters for all of them, so I'm always letting you know what's going on in the scene. You can find me on Twitter at Captain Cardone. With me tonight is Halorin. You can find him on Twitter as well, at _Halorin. And on Twitch, he's streaming a lot of Chair League games. I've just jumped into that myself, so make sure you check that out as well.
I gotta tell you, Captain, I cannot wait to see this game.
I know.
In my opinion, all eyes, the spotlight is on the gentleman. It's very hard to conceive a stronger composition than the one that they came up with here. So this is the question of can they execute or not? Because on paper, they have the tools to force a game 3 here.
The only thing I think would have been better for them is if they had gotten Uther instead of Rhaegar. I still think Uther is a better support, but I mean, other than that, you're right. They have Falstad, they have Thrall, KT, and Muradin. They literally have the best of every character in their realm, except I think Rhaegar. Rhaegar is number 2, so don't get me wrong, he's fantastic.
Right.
But I think that's their only weak link, so to speak. Man, this is gonna be crazy. And we are jumping into the game, as you can hear in the background there. Whew. Let's get this started, shall we?
I can't wait, man. I'm excited to see this Tyrael play. I'm assuming Percival's going to be on that. He's been looking like a champ all night. On Murden, at least. On ETC? Yeah. So,
Yeah.
This is going to be cool.
It is going to be good. I'm stoked. You have no idea. Okay, so this is like our first prize pool, our first finals with such a big prize pool. We never really marketed it. We just kind of threw in some money and was like, here's some Blizz bucks, have fun. They want it. They want it so bad. All right, let's talk about these teams. On the left side, we have RFS with Ethics playing Uther, Sleepy Bear on Tassadar. Percival playing Tyrael there. Nesper on Sonya, and Needham playing Greymane.
On the right side, looking to keep the dream alive. Stubborn Mule on Falstad for the gentleman. Gaspar's on Rhaegar. Saturnine on Thrall. Shinmeister's playing Merlin, and Sadat is on Kael'thas. One thing I'd point out here is that in the last game, Saturnine was on Kael'thas, but he's on Thrall this time.
Yeah, I've seen Saturnine play Thrall. I really like his Thrall play, so it's not a surprise to me that he's on there. Man, they just use a lot of abilities on Percival, and he's barely hurt.
Yeah, that's going to be a concern for them. Double support with Tyrael shielding is going to make him very difficult to take out, and they're just going to have to focus.
Yep, and his shield, he has his own shields. He's got movement increases. He's got a jump. You're right, they're just going to have to focus and see what they can get out of it. Meanwhile, up top, Nesper and Saturnine going at it. This is going to be a pretty even fight here. Nesper is not really going to get bullied by Saturnine there, but might a little bit, so we'll see.
Yeah, Sonya can at times struggle against Thrall. Thrall has so much self-sustain. But as long as Nesper is able to continue to auto-attack with War Paint, should be able to do a serviceable job up here.
Yep, first of all, diving back in there to get that globe. That was cheeky.
I want that globe, man.
I mean, he has Regen Master and Sleepy Bear, and 2 of his allies have Conjurer's Pursuit. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Kind of important.
Both teams just kind of squaring off now. Shinmeister looking for the right time to reveal his position. 1-4 set up on both sides. Gaspard showing some aggression, using his Feral Lunds to jump up there. Shinmeister does land a nice stone on Percival. We do see some of that focus we were talking about earlier, but Shinmeister was getting beat up pretty well himself.
Yeah, I love how they keep focusing Percival, and then they're the ones that end up getting beat up. And it's just not working for them. I think they have the superior race, especially with Saturnine up here on Thrall, not able to get all that damage done. And he doesn't have his level 4s or anything, or his level 7 really is the big one. and he took block at level 1, so he's not going for a that lightning build that we see, that chain lightning build that we normally see. I expect he'll take Envenom then at level 4, and then at level 7 will be follow through.
Yeah, I really like the pickup of block there for Thrall, because on a map like this, it's close quarters enough to where poking isn't really important. And you're going up against the likes of Sonya and Greymane. I would want block.
Sorry, I was in the middle of a yawn. I was hoping you would keep going. It's getting late here. I'm sorry. Well, you're on the East Coast. It's even later for you.
Yeah.
So I don't like block because it feels too generic and I can't control where I'm doing it. I understand why he picked it up. It works very well against his team comp. There's a lot of auto attack damage coming in here, so I get it. I don't know. I like the lightning build. It's more fun for me. It lets you poke so much more and get those kills, last second kills.
Yeah.
Not a lot getting done there, even though they won that Immortal. Sleepy Bear, great jukes on his part.
Yeah, he's trying to keep himself alive there. Nice positioning. The totem comes down. Wasn't able to secure any serious pressure there. Both teams have their level 4 talents. I think that's a good amount of value. You get the bottom wall, the entirety of the bottom wall, almost half the fort. At this stage of the game with these compositions, you could do worse.
Yep. So Thrall did go the level 4 Chain Lightning talent. I wasn't expecting that just because without the first one, you don't have the range. So I don't know. Percival actually getting damage done to him this time, but Eldrain's Might gets him right out of there. No problem.
Yeah, manages to juke him, fainted right, teleported
Nesper
back
coming
left.
in. He wants it. Stubborn Mule in a lot of trouble. Tons of stuns coming down, though. Not able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, he's going to want to be careful. He had like about 200 health, so sticking out there for too long might have been something of a gamble. He does get away there, though. Thrall was here soaking top, but still RFS has the experience lead.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they have the building lead. That's what's given it to them. Their lead is kind of false, right? It's made up by things that they can only get once.
That's
So
fair.
the fact that the gentlemen are pretty much caught up, they're only a half level behind. That's pretty good.
Yeah, considering these towers have pretty much been untouched. Like, the top one lost a little bit of health. Like,
Yep. Yeah,
they have
barely.
not really been able to make any sorts of inroads on that front. Next Immortal's going to come up here. Both teams picking up their bruiser camps. Students of the game, understanding when to go for these camps, and the race is
Yep.
already on.
They know the timings. I mean, we talk about this all the time. All these maps are all about timings. That's what it comes down to. If you know the timings, you have an advantage over your opponent. It looks like they want to pick a fight here. Nope, they were just on the wrong side. Okay, cool. But the gentlemen coming in, they want to fight.
Yeah, this is an aggressive play. It's almost always a net loss to try to defend. You do see the Immortal getting shredded down in spite of the gentleman's presence here. Need him on the back line, low on health. Actually, Sonya goes down. That's going to be Nesper and Greymane, so there is something to come out of this.
Yep,
But
and-
that's a near full shield Immortal. for
Yeah,
RFS.
and Tassara goes down as well. Ethics taking some damage, not going to go down, but is going to get blown up. But yeah, you're right. That Immortal is going to do so much work in this top lane, exactly where RFS needs it to do work. And Percival's going to try and come in here and take this tower down real quick. Or this fort, rather, bottom.
He should be able to do this, but he's going to want to be careful. All right, Falstaff flew away, so that increases his chances
Yep.
by a lot.
He now sees forward top. Yeah, so this Immortal is getting chunked down very fast. There's a lot of damage here. But Nesper going in on Gaspar, not able to get quite as much as he wanted done. Sadat is kind of in a weird position. If a stun comes down on him, he's in trouble.
Yeah, some very aggressive positioning here on the side of Kael'thas, and I'm not really sure to what end. Like, maybe he was trying to go for chain bombs, but that was a very risky position to be in. And I'm wondering if the gentlemen are regretting that defense call. They lost the Immortal anyway. They did get a few kills out of it, but you lose a fort and the top fort wall. I don't know if it really worked out for them.
Yeah, I don't think it did either. It's a rough call, though. I understand. Look, almost always, like Halorin was saying, it is better to go offense because even if you lose, you haven't lost any heroes, for one, and the shield is very low, so you can defend it easily. Like it's very rare that somebody will tell you, "Hey, we should defend." The only time you defend is when you know you're going to get kills out of it. When your team fight has just been rocking the enemy team. Then you go defend, pick up 2-3 kills, and then go right back to offense.
100% agree. Sleepy Bear did manage to juke Shinmeister's Stormbolt there. And I'm wondering if Shinmeister feels a little picked on in this game. It's very lonely out there on the front line. You know, there is Thrall, but the single support Muradin front line has been getting just beat up by this Tyrael Sonya combo.
Yes, it has, but speaking of Sonya, she's in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, this could be a bad time. The Stormbolt actually does miss, so that is going to
nice dodge.
Juke City.
Yeah, she's got a ticket.
She can get you there.
A van load of the gentleman too, so.
Got the Immortal coming up here. Both of the Bruiser camps are still down. Both teams have their level 10 heroics. Sanctification, Wrath of the Berserker, Force Wall, Divine Shield, go for the throat. Pretty standard stuff all around.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that I think is a little out of the usual. First of all, getting chunked down here, but puts down Sanctification, and oh, if only he could have stopped that Sunder. That's going to do some damage because Ethics is now down. Everyone is low. Needham diving in a little late. I don't think he's getting out.
I'm not sure if Shinmeister whoever Shinmeister hits with a Stormbolt, they should be dead. And
Sleepy Bear in trouble. He does not have Prescience left, or yet, rather.
25 health. He had 25 health.
He needs to just leave.
Sleepy Bear's cool. Like, not even close, bro. Not even close.
I'm right here. Come get me. Come get me. I'm still here. No? Okay, fine.
They are lucky to be alive. What was really cool about that team fight is Percival had the wherewithal to move out of the way of the stun, but it forced him up, and then he had to use his Sanctification because he got chunked down pretty hard.
Yeah, so I like how Ethics and Needham on an Uther and a Greymane just forced the Immortal change against 5 people also trying to force the Immortal change.
And again, the gentlemen are opting to defend. They do feel emboldened a little bit by how these past team fights have gone, but perhaps not anymore because Thrall just goes down.
Yeah, Thrall just got deleted. Sanctification did get used. Divine Shield also on cooldown. Go for the throat used. They're in a good spot. They're gonna get this kill on Ethics. Oh, D-Shield pops up at the last second. He's gonna be able to get out. Sleepy Bear needs to not go back in there.
I can't believe Ethics got out of there alive. The Divine Shield was used, and at first I was like, oh man, that's gonna be a waste because he's gonna die anyway, but he somehow skates out of there.
Just walked out, yeah. I mean, when it works, it works. Can't argue with results. Needham coming in with a bit of a flanking maneuver. Lets them see him a little too early, I think. I think he should have waited. Stubborn Mule now coming in. Gonna try and get some big hits with his Hammerang off. RFS has just been, like, low on health this entire time.
I mean, the gentlemen have done a really good job at poking and hitting a bunch of AoE damage that really makes Ethics' life difficult on seeing if he needs to heal.
Yeah, Sunder came out, but it was kind of wasted. That's a long cooldown to not have for a while. Percival in the fray now, getting rooted. He does have Sanctification up, as well as go for the throat and Force Wall. I'm not sure if he's going to get anything done. Sadat goes down a beautiful Force Wall, making sure he's not getting out. Saturnine could be in trouble. Nope, they're just going to let him go. They just want the Immortal.
Sadat, you shall not pass.
Yeah, apparently
that Force Wall was clutch.
It was perfect.
Another Immortal comes up here for RFS Gaming, about half shield. And again, this is one of those situations where when you try to defend, even if you do manage to get kills, you're really only delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, so they needed, when you're defending, you need 2 or 3 kills at minimum to really get anything done with that defense. Then you know you can chunk through their Immortal. If you leave all their damage dealers alive, it doesn't gain you anything. And that was a problem they had. They didn't kill any of the damage dealers. They killed the supports and a warrior. Like, oh, okay, we'll just go finish this off with our AA, with our DPS guys. No problem.
Yeah, I mean, to an extent, you take what you can get, and it's better than nothing. But it's not going to win you the game. They're down a talent tier, almost a full level now, and that's going to be their top keep wall. And RFS can just back out of here. Like, this has been a death of 1,000 cuts. But Shinmeister's trying to press the issue. Nesper is able to get away.
Yep, just spearing right through that wall there. I hate that it's called a spear. It does not look like a spear at all. Sorry, I was a military historian. It bothers me when people say names of weapons wrong. Just that's an old habit. Ethics and Needham could be in some trouble here. Sleepy Bear trying to give vision for him. That was pretty well done.
Yeah, Shinmeister zoning out. Looks like gentlemen are making a pretty hard play for the siege camp. They should get this without much trouble. Percival does use his Q forward, so they know that Percival's not going to put himself out of position. I don't know how much value they're going to get out of this siege camp, though, with this many members of RFS here.
I'm not sure they're going to get any value, really. This Phoenix is getting some value with some damage, but other than that, it's kind of a wasted Phoenix. Meanwhile, top there is another siege camp going, and Falstad has to leave to go stop it.
Yeah, and the moment he showed himself on the map, it was like, oh, surprise, 5v4.
Yep.
So I'm actually surprised that RFS didn't press that advantage.
I am as well, but it makes sense. The Immortals are about to come up, so they want their camp. There they are. They want their camp, and they want, if they can, to deny this other camp. They're not going to be able to, but that's okay.
Yeah, it would have been something of a Hail Mary for Sleepy Bear to inject himself in that. And that would have been a risk they don't need to take right now. They're a level away from hitting 16. They're going to take care of this Bruiser camp. And, I mean, they've just been ahead. They've just been ahead all
this
game.
Entire game. They're behind in kills. That's the funny part. Their team fights have not won them much at all. But they've just, their rotations, their knowledge of the game, of the map, has really worked in their favor. And their ability to chunk down these Immortals, look at that.
It's pretty incredible. I mean, Greymane is one of the best heroes on this map on that front, and Sonya's no slouch either.
Right, Interior does plenty of damage himself. This double Bruiser idea was fantastic, just getting a lot of work done. And once again, the gentlemen feel like they have to defend.
I don't agree with this call. And another aspect is that they've been throwing these Phoenixes out really early. I think you need to wait to see where the enemy team is committing their positioning.
It is not a 40-second cooldown anymore.
Nesper in a ton of trouble, though. Divine Shield is keeping him up. Sanctification comes out as well for the follow-up. And that invulnerability chain was huge. The Ancestral Healing actually does land on Kel'Thas to keep him alive. And Sleepy Bear might be going down here.
Yeah. Oh, he shields himself last second. Stubborn Mule thought he had it. He does, though. I thought Stubborn Mule was going to get out of the range of the lightning strike. I thought he was out. Needham, you were so close. Or not Needham. Shoot, who was playing him? Sleepy Bear. That's weird. Sleepy Bear, you're so close, man, but not close enough. There's another Phoenix. Again, I think you're right. It's a little early. They can just leave.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that it's trying to buy them time for them to burn damage off of the enemy Immortal. Uther does go down here, but this is another hazard of trying to defend after halftime. These death timers are not long enough to allow you to comfortably go across the map. And Sadit's about to go down here as well.
Yep, Needham diving in, low on health though. I'm not sure that was worth it, unless they can get another kill or two.
The Sanctification was just off of being able to keep Sonya or Nesper alive there.
Yeah, not quite enough, but this Immortal is gonna get work done. That keep may actually go down.
I think it is. I mean, it still has half its shielding. Kel'Thas is down. It's one of their best damage dealers on that front. Percival and Sleepy Bear here. You have Uther coming across the way as well. Actually, I'm not sure. They might be able to save it, but it'll have like a shred of health left.
Yeah. Percival in a lot of trouble. He is going down. He's just going to blow it up.
Just kamikazes to keep and
Yep.
make sure that goes down.
I had that conversation with a buddy the other day. We were talking about Tyrion's trait. A lot of people don't like his trait. They think it's, it's just like, it's so counter to what his character does. This character is very good at staying alive, and then his trait is when you die, you explode. And I said, there are times when you want to die. For example, if you almost have a keep down, but it's too dangerous for somebody to actually go in and do it, and you're low on health, just die and go blow it up. Problem solved.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a worthwhile venture that's worked out for them. The gentlemen have 4 members in the bottom lane. They're going to try to make a push on this fort. But that's just the thing. They're finally putting pressure on a fort, and they've lost their keep, like a keep already.
Yeah. People are asking what it looks like if it's not a spear. It actually looks like a very small straight blade that she throws out. If it's going to be a spear, make it longer. It looks like a straight blade with a chain attached to it. That's the problem.
The more
That's
you
it.
know.
Yeah.
The gentlemen do have an opportunity to turn this into a team fight. They have shown the ability to get takedowns, and this is the time you want to do it.
It's 9-3
before their
takedowns.
immortal comes up. You don't
I mean,
want to do it when you're like way behind in the immortal race.
Yeah, I mean, they are constantly winning team fights. That's the thing. It is 9 kills to 3 in the favor of the gentlemen. And yet, they are way behind. They have 1 building left. RFS, their buildings are fine. I mean, they've taken a little damage, but other than that, nothing's really happening. Needham playing Ring Around the Rosie here.
Tickets to Juke City yet again. The Phoenix does come out again in the earlier stages of the team fight. Sanctification also arguably early, but that ancestral healing is not going to be there in time.
No, it is not. Sunder hits 4 people, though, so maybe they can make something out of that. D-Shield coming out a little too early, I think. Go for the throat. Once again getting popped. RFS again in trouble here. They got a kill, but it's not going to be enough.
That was actually a really nice play by Stubborn Mule, and that was actually integral to this team fight. He barrel rolled over the wall, and that pretty much put Nesper out of the fight. He had to go around the long way to get back to the rest of his team, but he had already lost his support by then. Nicely done by Stubborn Mule.
Yes, he did. And once again, Greymane is just chunking down this Immortal by himself. The other team has 4 people working on it, and Greymane did half the damage they did. Wow.
A testament to that hero's ability to have a serious impact. And actually looks like it's now going to be RFS trying their hand at defending.
Yeah, this one kind of makes sense. They have to go through that route anyway just to get to the other side. So, I can see why they would do that. Needham in some trouble, though. I'm not sure he's going to get out of there. Sanctification coming down to heal him, or to save him, along with the Elduin's might to stop people from moving through. Sleepy Bear could be in some trouble here, I imagine. I'm not sure if he has prescience left on cooldown or not. RFS, they need some kills. Is what it comes down to.
They are on the hunt. They have bought enough time for the rest of their team to get back up here. And I was concerned that Needham was going to go down and further stagger out these deaths. Chain Bomb might spread to some other members. Needham is the recipient. But Percival blocking out Shinmeister. I guess he doesn't have his Dwarf Toss up yet.
Nope, not quite yet. So this is good. This lets them go on the offensive if they want to. Also, the longer they buy this... So they're doing this on purpose. The longer this goes on, the better off they are. Because bottom is just pushing.
Yeah, I really like this call to go for the Bruiser Camp because now that they've shown an ability to drive the gentleman back, that gives them the time to get the Bruiser Camp and have added pressure in the bottom lane with the catapults.
Yes, indeed it does. Bruisers do die to Cora, but it takes a while. Ethics, in a world of hurt, needs to heal himself up. He de-shields Needham, even though he's pretty much fine. Oh, Gus being wasted because of the invulnerability coming out. Ethics super low. Saturnine at full health. I don't think they're getting out of this. The shields from Sleepy Bear, so good. Nesper, wow, they are just keeping this fight up. This is incredible that RFS has been able to fight this so long on such low health. Saturnine also getting low. They're just going after the Immortal now.
This team fight has been absolutely hectic. There's been so many different things going on. I didn't even know what to really focus on or comment about. Ethics is over here next to no health. Sleepy Bear's been doing an excellent job with the spot healing from the shields to keep his team up. And this is going to be another Immortal for RFS. And if they had more health, wow.
So they started backing, thinking it was dead, and then it stunned both of them. That was fantastic.
I did catch that.
That's why you kill things before you start backing. Okay? Okay, team?
Nesper here making sure that this lane is pushed up because I feel like if RFS was healthier, they could have just went to the bottom lane and ended the game.
They could have, but yes, they were not healthy enough to do that for sure. That would have been a major issue for them.
And they can even just threaten the core now, and then that'll give the Immortal free push.
Yeah, they can. The gentleman needs something big here. They need something just massive. This is it. If RFS kills the core, game over.
Yeah, this could very well be the end. The shield still okay for now. The Phoenix comes down again, arguably early, and easily moved around. The Mighty Gust actually kind of helping RFS a little bit.
Yeah.
Sanctification doing its work, getting a good amount of value. Saturnine does receive the Ancestral Healing. Divine Shield on Nesper to keep them alive. Actually, Tyrael goes down, but I don't know if it's going to matter because the
Here's
core's
the
at
thing.
48%.
Yeah. So there's an Immortal on the other side hitting their core. They were just trying to buy time. I think that's game.
Oh, absolutely.
It is indeed game. They are not able to kill the Immortal off fast enough. Game 2 going to RFS. Holy crap, guys. What fantastic matches tonight. That was incredible. Also, now's your last chance to get money into Matcherino to make me pay more. Okay? I'm going to give you like 5 minutes. So, what time is it? At 11:26 Central Time, I am putting my part into Matcherino. So if you guys want to up that any further, please do. ! Matcherino. Also, buy the Soylent stuff. Apparently, somebody likes it because 2 cases are gone. Only 3 left. So jump on that. It is a healthy food alternative. Gives you everything you need. It's a food, but it's a milkshake style thing. I hear it's pretty good. So I'm going to buy some in just a second as soon as we finish this up. So, yes, you have 4 minutes now. Get your money in. Alrighty. That being said, wow, RFS, congratulations, guys. That was incredible on your part. GG, wow.
So what was really interesting about that last play was that it was a beautiful representation of how RFS approached that entire game. They pretty much just baited the gentleman into going for these team fights, and even though they would lose them, the gentleman would lose so much more.
Yeah. Well, and I'm looking at the final kill counts. It was 11-7 on the side of the gentleman, and this is before they start killing off even more RFS people. Like, I'm sure it was like 15-7 kills or something like that. They had so many more kills, they just could not get anything really done.
I just think it was an example of knowing how to play the map. And what's really cool about that, what it says to me is about RFS is that they're maturing and developing. When I've seen RFS play, they, in my opinion, really strive at team fighting. Just barroom, knuckle boxing, winning team fights, and using that to win the game. But they won this one with finesse and strategy. And
Yes.
that's a whole different dynamic that's pretty new to me that I'm seeing out of them. And it was really cool to see.
Yeah, it was definitely cool to see. You're right. They just like, normally we see them just smash crash in your face, and that's fun, it's entertaining. But this game, they very much, like you said, played to the map. They knew what was going on, they knew what their objectives were, what got them wins, what got them losses. And okay, we died, a couple people died, fine. We still got the Immortal. No problem. You know, they very smartly played to their advantages. And with this double bruiser comp, double support comp, they didn't stay alive as often as I'm sure they wanted to, but they got so much work done, and they really allowed Greymane to dive in and deal damage, and it was fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, again, I would just reiterate, you lose a couple heroes, but you take their core, like, for free?
Yeah, exactly.
A free core. Not something you see every day.
I'm being asked again what her spear is. There.
Go get him.
I put it in chat. Jeez. It just doesn't look like a spear. That's all I'm saying. If it's a spear, it wouldn't have a chain attached to it. Actually, what it really looks like is, you ever play Legend of Zelda?
Yeah.
It looks like his hook shot. When she
Yeah.
shoots it out, it looks a lot like his hook shot. So, anyway, that's all fine and dandy. Man, this is fantastic. One more minute, which means you guys already missed that. So cool, because it'll be 2 minutes before you hear me say one more minute. Let's see, $552. Dang, guys,
Crazy.
that is all you guys. That is fantastic. So for those of you that want to get involved in Heroes of the Storm, if you want to cast, talk to me. I can get you involved in most of the tournaments. We have a lot of people that want to cast those, so I also suggest you check out Chair League. That's Halorin, you got your start there, didn't you?
Absolutely. Yeah. I had never casted before in my life. So I started there on Chair League, and it's fun.
It is. Chair League is a lot of fun. I was surprised, actually, by how much fun I had casting those games. They're one-off games. Unless you're Pro League, then it's a best of 3. But it can be a lot of fun just casting them. So if you want to cast, go get involved in that. If you want to play, though, talk to us here. You can get involved in, let's see, Heroes Hype is on Wednesday. NexARAMas, that's our ARAM tournament, is on Thursdays. On Fridays is Divergent Gaming. And then on Sundays is us. So if you want to get involved in us, you can put in ! NexARAMas or ! NexVerse, and that'll get you the sign-ups for our next tournament. If you want to get involved in the other ones, you can find them on Battlefy at Battlefy/ I think Heroes Hype, or maybe it's Heroes_Hype. I don't remember. And then the other one is Battlefy / Divergent Gaming. And they all have Discord channels to do all of that. So that is fantastic. We're up to $554, and it is climbing, so I'll give it another second or so before I put mine in there. Man, these were fantastic games on everybody's part.
Yeah, I'm sending a message to RFS Gaming on the Twitter, congratulating them.
Yeah, that was fantastic play on their part, especially after losing in the qualifiers today against Tempo Storm. I know they were a little down, a little upset about that. So, to come back and win this big prize pool is fantastic.
Oh, Sleepy Bear. Welcome to the casting couch, buddy. We did it, Reddit.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
that's amazing. Cool. All right, I'm putting in my 10% right now, so you're all too late. Thank you, though, very much for joining us. We appreciate everyone who came out to support the teams and all this money oh, Jesus Christ. We're at $574 now. Oh, somebody bought more stuff. Okay, you guys are killing me. Neato. Anyway, thank you very much for coming out and supporting the teams. If you want to support us casters, you can find me. I'm Captain Cardone. You can find me on Twitter at Captain Cardone or on Twitch. I'm going to be streaming Chair League matches this week on Tuesday and Wednesday. Twitch.tv/Captain Cardone. And Halorin, where can they find you?
Find me on Twitter at _Halorin. I am also on Twitch, twitch.tv/Halorin. I do casting for Chair League during the week. And I've had the good fortune of showing up at Heroes Hype, DG Open, and here, obviously, and I always have a good time.
Good. Alrighty then, we're going to sign off for the night, guys, but I hope you guys get involved, and I hope you enjoyed your time here. We'll be back next week. I'll be hosting. I haven't figured out who my co-caster is yet, but we're going to get all that settled throughout the week, and we'll see you next time here at the NexVerse.